So why is the problem in your stomach? Because some tablets can just sit there for up to an hour. New Panadol Advanced tablets with Optizorb are a smart choice. They don't just sit there, they do something. They disperse up to 5 times faster. Reliever sit in your stomach when it can stand up to your headache.
Combination here, y'all. Chill it. The revolution will be televised. Feel me?
Come on. She with shampoos a lot. Several mornings she shampoos my locks. Always have my back, she stand true to that. Real type of loving, thank you for that. Yo, run barefoot without the shoes and socks. Cause she keep herself clean, man, I got catch no rush. And she love me for real, man, I feel have no cash. And any little thing and from a splish, she splash. Yo, all this blinging is like you forgot. Use cheddar as the bait, then you recruit the rat. So we listen couple speech of Martin Luther chat. Dennis Brown, Bob Marley and some super cats. Yo, it seem like she live upside the Duke shop. Cause she don't have a scratch, it's only beauty spot. When one duty start is when one duty stop. 1 9 to 5, 1 5 to 12 o'clock. You see me?
Kyekyo ddala tutabye banywanyi ennyanja etabira bavubi era ddala ekifa mu nnyanja kibuuzibwa muvubi. Naffe mutubuuze ebifudde embuga mututanule twogere ebigambo kubanga byo mukeeka tegugwa masonera. Mbaniriza nnyo eno ye NTV Akawungezi. Linda ku katono ojjolabe abalumbye ofiisi ya Ssaabawabi wa gavumenti ab'obuyinza ne batwala nga tebalinya. Ebirala bijja kujja katusooke tufune emitwe emikulu nga bulijjo. Sirina wentandikira eyasibwa ku lwekayo ng'asobeddwa oluvannyuma lw'okuyimbulwa asanze mukazi we baamutwala dda. Mama wa musajja wa Koni Major General Chilem UPDF gwe yakwata ayagala ateebwe. Katemba poliisi yeezobye n'abakazi abalumbye ofiisi ya Ssaabawabi wa gavumenti. Mu mizannyo abavuzi ba motoka bali mu kwesunga empaka ezinabeera e Masaka. Nkwaniriza nate eno ye NTV akawungezi nze Frank Alisimbi. Tusoose n'abamu ku basajja abaasibwa ennaku ezaakunukiriza mu 10 olw'okwekalakaasa okwali mu Septemba 2029. Abantu bano bazze mu maka gaabwe naye nga bye batubuulira ebimu bikwasa ennaku ebirala byewuunyisa. Abamu basanze amaka gaabwe gaasasika dda ate abalala nga bakazi be baaleka bakwata mulyampiki. Batulombojjedde ennaku gye balimu wabula ekisinga obukulu bonna balina essuubi nti bajja kutandika obulamu obujja.
Abamu ku basibe bano baawulira essanyu lingi nga bateereddwa okuva mu kkomera gye baamala ennaku kumpi 10 nga bavunaanibwa omusango gw'obutujju era abamu beesunga nnyo okuddamu okulaba ku bantu baabwe. Kino wabula si bwe kiri ku Jesero Livingstone eyali akola omulimu gw'obuwooza mu kampuni ya Mubajje Enterprises era ng'okumukwata yasangibwa nateete ng'ennaku z'omwezi 14 Septemba 2029 n'atwalibwa teyaddamu kulaba ku bantu be okutuusa ng'atuuse eruzira. Jesero agamba nti omuntu okubeera mu kkomera ku musango gw'obutujju kibanga akusindisa emagombe.
Embeera y'ekkomera ebeera mbeera mbi. Ensula gye tusulamu gyadde batupangamu. Buli masiza munne mu kamwa n'afuna obulwadde.
Wabula Jesero si ye yekka ali obubi naye ne banna abalala be yasibibwa nabo ebizibu byabwe babinyenyeza mitwe ng'embuzi etenda enkuba.
Mama era naye waali basuuza muso gwa nyumba yagitunda ngagala kujjayo nze. Kasiine rabe enkola ndi awo beze ntudde butuusi.
Katonda yansaasira bonna nabasinganyo we bali. Naye nga n'abaana Katonda era abakuumye mu ngeri yaabwe era ne babeerawo nga baki balungi bulungi ddala.
Nga bwe bagamba nti ayagala muk'omusibe n'olukona asimba. Bw'atyo niye yali mukwano gwa Jesero yasalawo okuganza mukazi we era nga kati yamutokoseza ettooke ewuwe. Era Jesero yagenze okudda nga lwayabadda. Agamba nti eky'omukyalo okugenda kyamukuba wala nnyo nga kye kisinze n'okumuleetera ebirowoozo ebimukabya n'amaziga.
Naye akati sinaba kutegeera kuba nali mu waka twali tukkaanya ng'omutwe mbadde n'ebbanga n'azaala abaana 3. Twali tukkaanya naye naye kati naye kyammalako pulaani. Ng'ate oludde simunenya kuba nenne sigenda kuvaayo naye ne badde ng'agumiikiriza ng'abaka bannange abala bwe babasanze. Naye kati ndi wano sirina wendi ni mulwadde wambudaabuda simulaba.
Jesero yaleka abaana 5 n'omukyala ng'ali lubuto wabula yazaala omwana gwasanze nga wa myaka 2 n'ekitundu ne muwala we yali ow'emyaka 16 naye yazaala dde omuzzukulu wa myaka 2 nga bba abaana abalala tebakyasoma.
Abaana bangenda bakuuma ntya ng'omusajja n'okuba n'amaka w'okomera abaana naye kati ndi wano nazzeeyo ku 0. Kivula n'okuva ku makya sinaakulya mmere olw'ebirowoozo ate nga ndi mulwadde kubanga siraba n'atandikirawo n'akola ntya.
Ekisinga okweraliikiriza Jesero kati kye kirwadde ky'ensigo ekimutabaala era nga tamanyi wa kutandikira.
Nsaba omuzirikisa yenna oba Red Cross, Human Rights, abantu bonna bakwatibwa ekisa abasobola okuntwala ebweru okunnongoosa aba banfune musawa nnongoosa bannyambi.
Agamba nti tayagala kukaluubiriza nnyo muganda we kubanga amukwatiddeko abaana be nga kati ye alina okwerwanako ng'omusajja. Mu kayumba kano we yeewogomye muganda we yali yakawa mutabani wa mukulu yali talina waasula kyokka nga kati bakagwamu 2 n'omwana we. Ye ne banna abalala abakwatibwa kati bakeera mu nateeta okunoonya emirimu ssaako n'okubuuza ku b'emikwano be baludde nga tebabalabako. Bagamba nti baagala kuwabira gavumenti ebaliyirira ebintu byabwe bye baafiirwa era nga kino bakukyebuuza ku bannamateeka baabwe ababawolereza okubajja mu kkomera. Deni Lubowa Sava, NTV Akawungezi.
NTV Akawungezi. Mama wa Major General Siza Chilemu musajja wa Joseph Kony yakwatibwa UPDF wiki ewedde agamba nti omwana wono yali muwulize nnyo era ayagala omwana ono aveeyo gye yatwaliddwa ajje amuyambeko ku byawaka. Mama Chilemu agamba nti ye engeri gy'awezezza emyaka 9 yeetaaga abaana be bano banaamuziika bw'anaaba avudde mu bulamu bw'ensi eno. Bo abatuusibwako ebikolobero mu lutalo Joseph Kony lwe yatandika mambuka ga Uganda bali mu kukuba kalyonso nga bagamba nti musajja mukulu ono alina okuvunaanibwa.
Emyaka 5 egiyise Major General Siza Achiramu yazaalibwa ku kyalo Lataya mu ggomboola ya Bungatira mu disitulikiti y'Eggulu mu mambuka ga Uganda. Yazaalibwa omukyala Lucia Alalu eyali alina emyaka 4 era Siza Achiramu yakuzibwa wamu ne baganda b'abalala 7, abalenzi 4 n'abawala 3. Akiramu yakulanga abaana abalala bwe batera okubeera era ab'eŋŋanda ze bagamba nti yenyigira nnyo mu kulima era ennimiro eno mwe yasinganga okubeera. Mu buvubuka bwe yasomera Gulu Senior Secondary School kyokka ng'emisomo teyagimalaako. Ono agamba nti lumu Akiramu yali agenze mu nnimiro okusolooza lummonde mu mwaka gwa 1988 abayeekera bakkonyi gye baamusanga ne bamuwamba. Olwo olunaku Lusiya nnyina Akiramu lwe yakoma omukubako ekimunye. Era ne baganda be balowooza nti tebagenda kuddamu kumulabako okusinziira ku bikolobero bye baali bawulira ebikolebwa kkonyi ne baserikale be. Baganda ba Akiramu abalenzi bonna abana bo battibwa abayeekera bano. Kitaawe yafa nga wayiseewo emyaka 5 bukyawambibwa. Lusiya nnyina Akiramu ng'aweza kati emyaka 9 kati azzeemu okulaba mutabani we naye mu bifaananyi. Buli omu awaka ayaayaana okulaba ku kifaananyi kino. Maama Siza agamba nti omwana we yatwalibwa teyeeyagalidde era asaba gavumenti emute. Amwetaaga waka akomewo amuziike anunule n'amaka. Naye wadde bano basanyufu baba atuusibwako ekikolobero banyiivu. Margaret Orike agamba nti bw'ajjukira ebikolobero ebyaliwo tayagala na kulaba ku Akiramu. Margaret atotolanga omusajja ono Akiramu bw'akolera Kony eyamuttira baganda be banna abalenzi era ayagala asibwe obutateebwa. Abalala eggulu nabo basanyufu olwa Akiramu okukwatibwa.
When we started this campaign, we knew that there was something that the world had forgotten, and we needed to reawaken the world to know that there was a bigger problem out there. Although northern Uganda was peaceful,
justice can follow anybody, anywhere.
Wabula waliwo abalala abagamba nti abamu tebaaliyanguye kumusalira musango.
We should not say that every senior command of the LRA is guilty.
Wadde nga buli omu alina endowooza ye ku ky'okukwata Akiramu, abasinga bakkiriza nti okukwatibwa kwa Kkonyi tekuli wala.
Abakazi babiri n'abavubuka babiri abakabondo ka Concerned Citizens bakwatiddwa olwaleero mu biseera ebyakalasa mayanzi ne baggalirwa ku CPS mu Kampala. Abantu bano babadde balumbye ofiisi y'omuwabi ya ssaabawabi wa gavumenti nga baliko ebibuuzo bye baagala abaddemu mangu awatali kataayi kusala. Omuntu waffe abaddewo nga bino byonna bigenda mu maaso.
Akabinja kano kabadde kakulembeddwamu omukyala Barbara Alimadi, omu ku baayoleka poliisi amabeere luno jjo ly'abalamu nga bawakanya engeri mukazi munnaabwe gye yakwatibwamu omusirikale.
We are here as concerned citizens and
bano bazinze ofiisi y'omuwabi wa gavumenti eri ku Workers House mbu nga bamulanga kubaamu kyekubiira mu nkola y'emirimu gye ko n'ebibuuzo ebirala omubadde ne bino.
Mu myezi 6 abantu oteekwa okuba ng'otegedde omusango gw'obavunaana n'ensi n'ogibuulira emisango gy'obavunaana. Naye emyaka 3 miramba olwo oba onoonyereza oba owaayiriza kye baba bakola tuba tekitegeera.
Omusirikale wa poliisi akuuma ku mulyango gwa ofiisi eno abalabuukiridde mangu bw'atyo n'abatangira okweyongerayo wabula ne bagezaako okukozesa ekifuba era wano wabaddewo okuwanyisiganya ebisongovu.
Okay, you can push me.
I just can't push you because I can see you are not going. Don't push it, don't touch me. It is our right. Let's go. No. Give us a reason. Leave us.
Baba badde munda mu ofiisi beggaliddemu olwo bano ne bagumba ku mulyango nga bwe baleekaanira waggulu omubadde n'okulagira omuwabi wa gavumenti okubeeyoleka mu bwangu.
Tujja mulinda.
Even if it means a fortnight, we shall be here.
No more tear gas. No more tear gas.
Abakuumye embeera bayinza obuzito ne batumya abasirikale abalala era bano bayiise mu bungi ne bajjawo abantu bano wakati mu kukola by'ennyimba ezisosonkereza. Alimadi ne banne batwaliddwa ku CPS ne baggalirwa.
Okunoonyereza kunaba kuwedde tusuubira oba kyajinga emisango muli ogw'okwetaba mu lukuŋŋaana olutali mu mateeka.
Ibin Senkumbi omwogezi wa poliisi mu Kampala n'emirirano yamaliriza ebyabo Mu kugenda maaso ssenkulu wa FDC Dr. Kizza Besigye Road Mayor owa Kampala Elias Lukwago ne Mayor w'Ekawempe Mubarak Munyagwa olwaleero babadde mu wino gye balidde ekyemisana. Bwe bamaze okulya abantu bagadde okubeegattako kyokka poliisi n'ebalemesa naddala okuyingira City Hall awali ekitebe kya KCCA.
Senkulu wa FDC Dr. Kizza Besigye omwe ne bannabyabufuzi abalala ssaawa zigenza okukolera omusango gw'emisana nga bali mu wino gye balidde ekyemisana. Besigye asoose okwogerako eri abantu mu katale kano n'abasaba okubeera bakkakkamu okusobozesa abalala okukola emirimu. Oluvannyuma omutekedde wabadde agenda okuliira wamu ne bammeeya Elias Lukwago ssaako Mubarak Munyagwa w'Ekawempe omubadde n'okusiimula emmeeza. Abakulu bano ekyemisana bakikutte abantu abeetoolodde. Olukimaze n'abafuluma akatale nga bagenda bawerekerwako abantu okutuuka mu luguudo ne boolekera ekibuga wakati. Mmotoka mwe babadde abantu basizeewo okugisindika. Poliisi wabula ebeeyunzeeko ng'etya nti wayinza okubaawo effujjo. Munnamawulire wa WBS Kyuma kya Yesu akwalikanyemu ne poliisi ng'agamba nti yonoonye kamera ye, wabula kigambibwa nti ono abadde awalampye emmotoka ya poliisi ne bagimugobako. Besigye ne banne poliisi bawerekedde okutuuka ku City Hall mu Kampala nga bejjeeserako abantu abadde bamuwerekera.
NTV akawungezi tukyagenda maaso eddakiika ziri 12 eziyise ku ssaawa y'emu. Tukomawo n'ekitundu ekyokubiri. Beera naffe. Kuruta banukudde. Bakamanda b'amagye ag'oku ttaka mu Afrika bali mu kusala ntoto okumalawo obutujju.
This is NTV. 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 This is NTV.
Akawungezi tukyagenda mu maaso mu birala abamu ku babaka ba NRM n'ab'ebibiina ebivuganya n'okwabula gavumenti bavumiridde abantu abatandise okutiisatiisa bannaddiini nga babasiiga enziro. Bavumiridde n'ebyatandise okuyita nti waliwo abaagala okupaatiika emisango ku bannaddiini nga egy'obwenzi n'okutereka emmundu mu ngeri emenya amateeka. Wabula minisita w'ebyamawulire era nga y'omu yayogerera gavumenti Mary Karolo Kurut agamba nti ebyogeddwa bano tebiriimu nsa.
Okusinza ku bbaluwa NTV gyefunyeko kopi ng'eriko omukono gw'omumyuka wa RDC w'e Kabale Nixon Kabuye ng'awandiikira ab'ebyokwerinda ebbaluwa ettottola ebigendererwa bya Kabuye okutandika okusiiga bannaddiini enziro nga babajwetako emisango gy'obuliisa maanyi wamu n'okusangibwa n'emmundu mu bukyamu. Ebbaluwa egamba nti ateeseteese abawala abagenda okukozesebwa balumirize bannaddiini. Gye buvuddeko bannaddiini baavaayo ne bawa Pulezidenti Museveni amagezi aleme kusaba kisanja kirala. Olwaleero ababaka bavuddeyo ne bavumirira enkola eno abantu abamu gye batandise okusaba bannaddiini enziro.
Katugambe nti omukulu agamba bannaddiini tebalina kye bamanyi mu by'obufuzi kati balina kye balabye kye bakukola ki kye bakulabula omala biseera ate olutalo olw'oggula ku bannaddiini si lwangu lwakuggusa.
Bannabyabufuzi kyo kyafuuka kya lubeerera okusibibwako agasangosango naye tugamba nti no muve ku bannaddiini ate ng'ensonga ze boogerako z'ensonga naawe oba oyagala oba toyagala olina okuziwuliriza.
Tujja kuvaayo mu bungi ate tukole kyonna kyonna ekibaagala. Bwe bakwata kwa Bishop Lwanga ku Mufuti Kayongo kwa Bishop Odama ne Father Gitano tujja kuvaayo mu bungi oba tana bakulaba wano mu ggwanga.
Wabula Minisita Karolo Kurutu abaanukudde
ebintu byonna bya bulimba nnyo. Gavumenti ya NRM tesobola kukola ebintu ng'ebyo. Ebyo bintu bwebogera bwe batyo buswaza n'okuswaza. Pulezidenti Museveni yayimirirawo n'agamba nti agenda kuyita b'amadiini batuule mu lukiiko boogere ku engeri gy'okulaba nti baleeta investment baleeta abasuubuzi mu Uganda olwo nga tufunamu emirimu egy'abaana bano batalina emirimu.
Omu ku bannaddiini abaavaayo ne boogera ku bisanja Bishop Zakanyiringiye ategeezezza nti wakugenda mu maaso n'okwogera kati ku nsonga eziruma bannayuganda.
Term limits n'agamba nti ebya term limits nonsense
Ndowooza ssebo eggwanga lyonna liri awo lyogera ku ki term limits. Eggwanga abantu basaba term limits n'ogamba nti nonsense. Lwakuba kijja kumuyamba okumala bulungi, kijja kuyamba eggwanga lino.
Y'omumyuka wa RDC Kabale Nixon Kabuye agambibwa nti yawandiika ebbaluwa eno bw'atuukiridwa ku ssimu. Yeeganye ebbaluwa wabula n'alumiriza nti Father Gaitano omu ku bannaddiini e Kabale yeerimbika mirimu gya gavumenti.
Ate ebbaluwa eyo nze saagiwandiika. It is forged. Kati byonna bibateeka mu mawulire bino bibbaluwa ebyo byonna blackmail. And I realized that Father Gaitano had solicited funds from the Italian veterans. Naye yaleeta ebipande n'abiteekako bya Italian veterans. Ne bajja ne bakuba n'ebifaananyi. Oyinza n'okugenda ku website n'obiraba.
Akakiiko ka NRM gye buvuddeko kaavaayo ne kategeeza nti okuteesa ku nsonga z'ekisanja kwakubaawo mu kiseera ekituufu. Jingo Francis, NTV Akawungezi.
Weewaawo olukuŋŋaana lw'abaduumizi b'amagye ag'oku ttaka luyingidde olunaku olwokubiri e Munyonyo okumpi ne Kampala. Abaduumizi 36 nga bonna bava amawanga ga Africa bagala okusala amagezi aganaakendeeza ekizibu ky'obutujju mu Africa n'ebibiina ebirwanya ebigenda bimeruka mu Africa. Nigeria ne Somalia ze zimu ku nsi ezisingamu ebizibu nga bino abaduumizi bali mu kusalira amagezi. Lieutenant General Katumba Wamala ye muduumizi w'amagye ag'okutaka mu Uganda.
Ebimu ku bitusoomooza kati ku continent mu bitundu ebyenjawulo terrorism obutujju obwe butusoomoza kuba bw'olaba kati mu East Africa Al-Shabaab, Al-Qaeda, ate n'olaba mu West Africa Boko Haram ne waliwo group gye bayita Akim, Al-Qaeda group in the Maghreb. Egamba olaba nti ebitundu byonna ebya Africa bingi bisoomozebwa obutujju. Ate mpozi n'ekirala the groups zino ezirabika nti zirina nnyo gye ziraga nga LRA ezireeta obuvuyo kati nga bwe mutuwulire Congo leero munakagu kano ka group bano ba Maimai enkya bali balala kati ezo challenges ze tulina ku continent.
Weewaawo Lieutenant General Katumba Wamala aduumira amagye g'okutaka mu Uganda. Ab'ekitongole ky'amazzi n'obutonde bw'ensi bayimiriza mbagirawo okuzimba mu lutobazi Luzira. Waliwo abantu abadde batandise okuyiwa ettaka mu kifo kino ku kibangiriza ekiwerako kumpi Kanamba. Olutobazi luno bwe luziba n'omwala gwe Nakivubo nagwo ogujja kuba tegulina we gugenda kutwala amazzi ng'omuntu waffe bw'agenda okunyonnyola.
Omuntu yenna takkirizibwa okuzimba mu ntobazi okuteekamu ekizimbe. Ate era ne bw'aba nga aweereddwa certificate etteeka liramba ebintu bingi bitalina kubeera mu ntobazi nga kwe kuli n'okuzimba ebizimbe, okuteekamu ettaka, ebyo byonna bigaanibwa. Amateeka gagamba nti oyo omuntu abadde atyoboola entobazi n'ateekamu ettaka yagenda okusasula ettaka lyonna libe nga liggibwamu. Bw'otunula wano engeri gye babadde bayiwa ettaka lino bayinza okuba nga bateesewo ne loole eziwera 3 era kati twategedde nti bajja kiro ne babalinda emmotoka ne bazikwata ne generator gye babadde bagenda okukozesa. Ate era bwe mulaba ebintu bino wano mulaba nti bipya bibadde byakajja, naye tubadde twetegereza ani nannyini ettaka lino. Tutunudde ku ekyapa kiriko amannya g'abantu 3. Ate ne tutunula ku environmental impact assessment certificate eyabaweebwa gye bayimirirako okutandika okukola ebintu byabwe muno, ng'ate nayo eriko amannya malala, ekitegeeza nti omuntu eyafuna eyo certificate talina ttaka kwazimba.
Omu ku bakugu b'obutonde nga nnyonnyola obulabe obuyinza okuddiira senga olutobazi lwe Luzira lunambala ne luzimbibwamu. NTV Akawungezi ekyagenda mu maaso eddakiika ziri 24 zimaze okuyita ku ssaawa emu. Tukomawo n'ebyemizannyo girobera naffe.
This NTV. This is NTV. This is NTV. This is NTV. This is NTV.
Byamizanyo ku NTV akawungezi abavuzi b'ammotoka 32 be bagenda okutunka mu mpaka z'ammotoka ezigenda okutandikira emisali mu ludda lw'e Masakeyo ku nkomerero ya wiiki yennyini. Abavuzi okuli Nasa Mutebi ye yalina ntameggwa omwaka 2010 ne Peter Kalule nga bano bo nzaalwa y'e Masakeyo be bamu ku bagenda okutunka mu mpaka zino.
Empaka za UMC Misali Challenge Rallies zigenda okubeereza omulundi ogwokusatu okuvugirwa mu disitulikiti y'e Masaka omwaka guno. Abavuzi abaneetaba mu mpaka zino bajja kuba balwanirira obubonero obunaabayamba okuvuganya ku ngule y'eggwanga ey'omwaka guno. Wabula wadde nga abeewandisizza okwetaba mu mpaka zino bali 32, abavuzi Peter Kalule ne Nasa Mutebi be basuubirwa okussa abalabi ku bunkenke mu mpaka zino. Kalule ne Mutebi bombi bazaalibwa Masaka era nga bagamba nti guno gwe gugenda okubeera omukisa gwabwe okutuula bannaabwe ku nfeete.
Kubanga ekitundu ky'ozaalibwamu obeera ku kyawe emikisa bana mingi nnyo, ayina emmotoka nnamu, alina ekibiina afunye okusiponsa, Kano Construction ajja kuba atukwatirirako, tujja kukola bulungi.
Abantu b'e Masaka batukkiririzaamu nnyo, naffe ffennyini twekkiririzaamu nnyo era tetusobola kubalekerera, tetusobola kubaswaza. Tujja kukola ekyo kyennyini kye twakola omwezi oguwedde. Abawakana basobola okukiwakanya nga bwe bakiwakanya, naye ku Sande essaawa 10 tujja kuba tutunula ku boodi tusobola okuba nga tukoze bulungi.
Obutafaanaganako ne Kalule, Mutebi era wakweyambisa empaka zino okwanjulira abawagizi b'emmotoka empya ekika kya Subaru Impreza N11 etuuka mu ggwanga olunaku lw'enkya.
Tusuubira tugenda kukolawo ekyamaanyi ennyo mu mmotoka yaffe gye tugenda okutandika nayo mweno rale ey'e Masaka eriwo ku weekend eno. Naddala emisaali awo tusuubira nti abantu bajja kulaba ate kye batalabangako ekyenjawulo, balabe nti oba oli awo taba muvuzi yekka okola ekyamaanyi naye nti n'emmotoka nayo erina kyeyamba, emmotoka nga nnungi ddala ng'eyaffe kati gye twafunye.
Mutebi wakusooka okusinkana abawagizi be e Masaka ku Vienna akawungezi k'olwokuna lwa ssabbiiti eno olwo Lwomukaaga zidde okunywa. Sam Mpoza, NTV akawungezi.
Byamizanyo ku NTV akawungezi mu birala mu mpaka za liigi y'omupiira olwaleero Proline ekubye abasoloza b'omusola ba Uganda Revenue Authority gole baddemu ku bwereere. Omupiira gubadde na kivubo. Emikisa gya URA okwenywereza waggulu ku table gikendedde. Bo aba KCCA bawanguddeho Imabusi ya golo naye baddemu ku bwereere omupiira oguzanyiddwa Bugembe. Ate Water ekubidde Masaka ewaayo gole baddemu ku bwereere. Ogwa Victors Express teguzanyiddwa olaba defire okutuuka ekikerezi ku kisaawe kya Victors ejjinja. NTV akawungezi bwetyo bwegenze ebyemizannyo bulijjo bye bifundikira wane Kampala otusinzira okuweereza obudde busiibye bukakamu naddala ku makya enkuba yagezezaako n'okutonya mu bitundu ebimu lwatonyereddeyo olunywankoko ebirala byasigadde bikalu naye ng'obudde bukakamu. Essaawa nno tewezeemu n'ekitundu bwensuka wano mba mpisa embwa weeyotera ne ŋŋenda gonja gyakalira n'ekirala Sempaka ennemeremu zikubye omukyawe. Amawulire amalala ga ssaawa 3 ne ssaawa 5. Musire bulungi.
This is NTV. This is NTV.
Today on Showcase Uganda, we visit Entebbe, the gateway into the Pearl of Africa. Entebbe International Airport lies astride the equator at latitude 0.02 north and longitude 320 east, for which reason it has been often described as the airport on the equator. Elevated at 3,782 feet above sea level, the airport is part of a peninsula bordering Africa's biggest freshwater lake, Victoria. The lakeside town derives its name from a legend about Mugula, the head of the local Mamba, literally meaning the lungfish clan within the Baganda community. History has it here that one day, Mugula, seated on a chair carved out of rock, was submerged by the waters of Lake Victoria, and the legend lived on when the colonial town was named Entebbe, meaning a chair. At weekends, many residents of Kampala escape from the hustle and bustle of the city to relax at Entebbe's numerous beach resorts and gardens. Just as you enter Entebbe town is the Mayor's Garden. This beautiful small garden is greatly cherished by the locals as well as passers-by, who find it both relaxing and cooling and a momentary pleasure to take a breather. When Showcase Uganda returns. One and a half kilometers away from Entebbe town is the Uganda Wildlife Education Centre, formerly known as Entebbe Zoo. Started in 1952, the colonial government then initiated an animal orphanage sanctuary for young abandoned animals found in protected areas. But UWEC is not just about the animals, it's about people too. Take your time and stroll through UWEC's 1,000-metre forest walk, encountering wild monkeys, birds and a lovely view of Lake Victoria, which also hosts a wonderful beach.
It's inside, but it's flying the other side. That grass is amazing. In the bush. Some of the birds are very useful to these animals. Like they remove the ticks when there's a lot of ticks load.
And on a Sunday evening, UWEC offers visitors to the zoo plenty of local entertainment. If you're on a holiday for a day or two, UWEC is an exciting destination that offers visitors modern facilities. Although smaller in size compared to Kampala, Entebe's charm leaves a long-lasting effect on all its visitors. Barely 3 kilometers from Entebbe town is Keseni landing site. This small suburb is renowned for its fishing activities. Whilst visiting this quaint island, its customary hospitality complements its culinary speciality, offered at customer-friendly prices. A typical lakeside town, Keseni would suit lovers of the waters. Nachiwobo landing site. This site is a beehive of activities. Kalangala ship is the only means of transport that connects Nachiwogo and Kalangala Island. Heavy and small loads of all kinds of merchandise are transported by ship. Besides, the ship offers a scenic tour of Africa's largest freshwater lake. When Showcase Uganda returns, we discover Entebe's hotels and hangouts. The scenic shores of Lake Victoria also accommodate Entebbe Golf Club. Its conducive climate and cooling lake breeze makes the golf club location a perfect place for the game. This club is also renowned for its well-maintained greens, professional caddies, and accommodating membership. And for those visitors who neither golf nor indulge in other energetic sports, the club is a great place for a picnic to unwind after a busy week. So what better way to watch the sunset over the lake? Lido Beach. The beautiful landscape beach also lies on the shores of Africa's greatest lake. Lido Beach is well known as a gathering place for motorbikers. In fact, the beach is considered as the Uganda Bikers Association meeting place. Entebe's Sunday evenings with the motorbikers are a popular attraction for both the locals and visitors. They offer a superb introduction to Uganda since the beach is conveniently close to the international airport. As the gateway to Uganda and an escape place from the hustle and bustle of Uganda's capital, Kampala, Entebbe town has responded positively to the ever-growing numbers of its foreign and domestic visitors. Entebbe too offers a variety of eating outs and culinary delights that cater to all its visitors. The growing accommodation facilities are a testament to this fact. There are a number of landmark hotels within and around Entebbe offering modern facilities. Imperial Botanical Beach Hotel. Overlooking the magnificent Lake Victoria and surrounded by brilliant blue skies, shimmering white sand, and the sparkling emerald green waters of Lake Victoria.
farmers with my thumb in the wind. The leaves on the ground, winners coming again. Solid on the surface as I crumble within. But legends are made out of vulnerable men. So on the brink of death, I still manage living life. Cause so rarely in this world are these chances given twice. I indeed sold my soul without glancing at the price. No instructions when I was handed this device. But with what I did get, I was more than generous. Put others over self on several instances. But I'm back on my feet without a hint of bitterness. And one way or another, I shall have deliverance.
So when in Entebbe, take a leaf out of the local handbook and sit back, relax, and enjoy.
People loved you unconditionally, toast in the New South. This one is for history. Then I slipped, fell, and caused the numbers injury. Called the same people, and it's, yo, you just missed the beat. This the formula. Damn it, Bubba, you had it. Why'd you have to keep it polo and New Balance? Then they start to question whether you a true talent or just a redneck substance abuse addict. So
next week on Showcase Uganda, Ginger, a city of hidden gems.
I want all y'all to know, good or bad, I'll remember it at 10 million sold in the name of my deliverance. I've been traveling for some time. With my vision ball and my bottle of shine, on these long dark dusty roads. Looking there's nowhere to go. I guess I gotta hide away.
The mountain gorilla is considered endangered species, with only about 720 mountain gorillas left in the world. And these live within 4 national parks split into 2 regions: Bwindi Impenetrable Forest National Park, Mahinga Gorilla National Park in Uganda, Volcanoes National Park in Rwanda, and Virunga National Park in the Democratic Republic of Congo. The gorilla is the largest of all living primates and has a robust build with long muscular arms, a massive chest, and broad hands and feet. It has longer and darker hair than other species, allowing it to live and travel at high altitudes where temperatures drop to below 0 degrees Celsius. The gorillas can be identified by nose prints unique to each individual. Male mountain gorillas stand up to an average height of 6 feet and weigh from 400 to 500 pounds, that is 227 kilograms, making them the largest of the great apes. Adult males are called silverbacks because they develop a streak of silver hair on their backs with maturity. The silverback is the leader and the ultimate protector of his band. The mountain gorilla is most active between 6 a.m. and 6 p.m. Most of this time is alternated between foraging, eating, and resting. They are herbivores and consume large amounts of vegetation, Adult males can eat up to 34 kilograms of vegetation a day, while a female can eat as much as 18 kilograms. Females reach breeding age at about 10 years old. They typically bear young every 4 to 5 years, giving birth after a gestation period of 8 to 9 months. The mountain gorilla is generally shy but highly social and lives in relatively stable, cohesive groups of up to 35 individuals. These groups are made up of one silverback, 1 or 2 blackbacks, a few mature female juveniles, and infants.
Shampoos a lot. Several mornings she shampoos my locks. Always have my back, she stand true to that. Real type of loving, thank you for that. Yo, run barefoot without no shoes and socks. Cause she keep herself clean, man, I got catch no rush. And she love me for real, man, I feel have no cash. And any little thing and from a splish, she splash. Yo, all this blinging is like you forgot. Use cheddar as the bait, then you recruit the rat. So we listen couple speech of Martin Luther chat. Dennis Brown, Bob Marley and some super cats. Yo, it seem like she live upside the Duke shop. Cause she don't have a scratch, it's only beauty spot. When one duty start is when one duty stop. 1 9 to 5, 1 5 to 12 o'clock. You see me?
This is NTV.
Rendezvous, it's up close with one of Uganda's own superstars, the versatile and high-flying Jose Chameleon. And find out which videos have topped this week's Rendezvous chart. Since the turn of this millennium, Uganda's music has taken on a dynamism and charisma that can only be attributed to a new brand of musicians who've taken the industry by storm. Joseph Mayanja, aka Chameleon, is one of the artists who have been at the forefront of this revolution. His blending of African folk music, rumba, zouk and raga, which he calls urban African music, has created a combination which has had a great appeal to both the young and the old. For Chameleon, his accomplishment as a musician has not been accidental. Music is in his blood.
Joseph Mayanja is born in a family of 7 boys and 1 girl, and I'm the 4th born. I'm born in a musical family. My father used to be a trombone player in his old days in Zambia boys' school. My grandfather was a guitarist, not professional, but a man who played guitar at his free time. With all that background, I also grew up as a child who loved music a lot, and my biggest idol was Michael Jackson. So I remember when we used to be in Nakasero Primary School in around P3, when the teachers left the class, I used to walk in front of the kids and dance for them. And being Mayanja Joseph, the kids also took my initials MJ because I used to dance for them. So.
Chameleon's decision to pursue a musical career at an early age, when he was supposed to be concentrating on his studies, of course did not go well with his parents.
My family was not very supportive. They didn't think it was a good idea for me to choose to start singing at that age. They didn't think it was wise for me to choose to sing than going to school. So, and that's not what that is not what I planned to do. I planned to sing and at the same time go to school. And on very many occasions, my father caught me sneaking back into the house, coming from discos, which discos were like Maganjo, Misauri, and Jaja Sinansis, the Echoes, and whatever. So I picked interest in going to the discos because I used to ask for the microphone and then juggle and sing somebody else's song and blah blah.
So he owes his early start to Shanks VVD, who had faith in his voice and encouraged him to grow as a musician in his own right.
Come 1995, I met this guy called Shanks VVD, who was then one of Uganda's biggest artists, who gave me a very good platform. He fell in love with my voice, and he thought that if he helped me, give me ideas, I would make a very good artist. And I remember at one time, I caught him very well. One time we were driving in his car when he said that, because I was asking him, now, how does it feel being a star? And do you think I can make it to being a star? And what does it take being a star? He told me all the things that I encountered later on. He told me
Actually, his musical career did not blossom from Uganda. He released his first album, Bagea, in Kenya in 1999.
I recorded it at a studio called Hills Media in Nairobi. It was not big in Kampala at all, but at least one of the singles called Bagea was a very big tune in Kenya. And in fact, that was my bouncing spot. That's how I started saving money to do the next level, Mamma Mia. And that's how I started building my fan base.
Chameleon's breakthrough on the Ugandan music scene came with the release of his second album, Mamma Mia, in 2001. Since the release of Mamma Mia, the artist has never loosened his fans, whom he went on to thrill with several other albums like Njoo Karibu in 2002, The Golden Voice in 2003, Mambo Bado in 2004, and Kipepeo in 2005. Chameleon's biggest hits include Jamila, Mama Roda, Shida za Dunia, Kipepeo, and Sivyo Ndivyo. Although competition on the home front has been tight with other emerging artists like Bebe Cool and Bobby Wine, over the last few years, Chameleon's music has taken hold over the region and he has emerged as one of East Africa's most popular artists. His use of a contributory factor.
When I sing Luganda, I'm trying to satisfy my own people. When I sing Swahili, I'm trying to satisfy the rest of the world, because as much as people think Swahili is just an East African language, it goes beyond that. If you listen to Michael Jackson's album, that what song was it? Liberian Girl. When the song starts, he says "Napenda sana, napenda pia." When it ends, he says the same thing. So Swahili is just more than an East African song. Sorry, East African language. I choose those two languages because they help me express myself completely.
Alifukuzwa kazini na ajui atafanya nini. Mke wake amemtoroka, rafiki zake wanamcheka, shida amepata nyingi, amechoka, dunia anajuta. Acha kulia shida za dunia, hebu tulia, Mungu anakujali pia.
He has thus managed to win several awards both on the home front, Pearl of Africa Music Awards and beyond.
I've on two consecutive years won the Kisima Awards, best Ugandan song, best Ugandan video. I've won Kilimanjaro Awards. I've won many awards, honestly. And for me, I don't look at my awards as something to brag about, but I look at it as an achievement. Just like when a child goes to school and brings back a report, that is the report for my music, and I'm very proud to be also nominated for the NTV Emma Awards. I think that is, for me, that is the biggest thing ever happened to my career. I mean, that could possibly even be the turning point of my career.
For these artists, achieving superstar status has not been easy. He attributes all his successes to hard work and taking the advice of the good friends he has made along the way.
I'll say it's a good thing. Because you see, when God makes people with different measures. I mean, in Uganda maybe njaganti akatiba katonda ke kosa sikia kosa some next month sikia kosa some next month. Everybody has their hidden talent. And okay, what I'll attribute all that to, for me, is one is I'm a very hardworking person, and never at any time have I felt that what I've achieved is enough. I always look at myself like somebody who doesn't have nothing. I have people who also advise me. Like, people used to complain a lot about my quality of videos. And that came into my concern. I was like, hey, okay, the music is good. They used to say the music is good, but it doesn't match the videos. The videos are very poor. So I have friends. I have friends like Musta from Megavision. I have Hosea from Megavision. Those are the people that I've always worked with for my videos. And I wouldn't say Musta comes with the idea or Hosea comes with the idea or I come with the idea. We sit down and build an idea. Because I mean, you can never build an idea bigger than the person who nurtured it. Of course, I come up and say, okay, now, for this video, I think I want to make it local. Then they ask me, how local? I tell them I want to represent this person, represent that person, represent that person, represent this person. So them, as cameramen or video editors, they start looking at the angles where the video look good.
Although Chameleon manages and produces his own music, he has worked with a number of artists like Red Sun and Professor J, who have had an impact on his career.
The first most exciting one was the one I did with Red Sun, which was called Bagaya. That was my first song. Of course, that one stands out and it's so special because I remember me and Red Sun were in the studios. We hadn't had lunch and we didn't even know how to go about music. Those are the times when we were so poor, so hopeless, no lunch, nothing, but I love it because we were strong to our dream. And then I love all the collabos equally. And I chose, for example, for the gospels I did with Tikita, Bosaba. I chose him because we lived together at that time and it gave me a chance to see that he was a true godly man. You know, it's not about singing gospel, it's about singing gospel because with God there is no lies. I chose to sing with him because he was a godly man and he had a lot of talent. And I could see that. So with Professor J, that's one I will never forget. Because as much as I'm a very talented artist, I was in studio and Professor J was spitting a lot of words and I was like, hey, am I going to sing with this man? That is the most challenging collab I've ever done. In fact, we went into studio and in just maybe 30 minutes, Professor J had done his work and finished. And I was like, hey, now what am I going to sing? He was too fast. I mean, he's one guy that I remember that collab a lot because he was one guy that gave me a challenge.
In spite of his hectic pace, Chameleon does take time out to catch his breath.
I love painting. And besides, I also have a very demanding son. Because as we're doing this interview, I'm also thinking about the time to pick him from school. So I spend a lot of time with my son, with my friends, and sometimes I just drive around to free my mind.
enemy, you this bad man, go shut in your head a remedy. Enough of them a crush me, blood cut of enemy, you this bad man, then you ready to fight the dog.
You love another girl, man, bumbo club. You this Rasta man, bumbo club. You wear this country, bumbo club. Bumbo club. Osikula wakawasanya, bumbo club. Ozala wa balansi, bumbo club. Nata rekole la kasi, bumbo club. Bumbo club.
Coming up after the break.
Diba njagala nabagamba njagala omukyalo omulungi kansuwena mutwale waka ansute musute talebera mukubambule kusuze kolina kalonde bagambe sabasaba yingiddewo kanuna amaaso gafuke moji tunankaliriza eriyo zibe mu bbanga abakyali bage beyond the lookout ate babisanye bebangi kati bitukola byakwegendereza yego kyasirija bikinga towera bigere yego obadde ki katalina kyobeera ati webutaba na pulaani ako ngayita bugi ku majani ombuza kawanyi notegeera otya omanyi kiwanvu ki gyembeera gyensiba gyenkeera sente yaleero yakunoonya n'amaanyi bavuka balero tubakutoba paka last wansi wa golo kyekiriyo kyekijja eri bapoliisi banenge nyigirya mu bukodyo wansi wa golo kyekiri eri bapoliisi muduke wansi wa golo kyekiri eri bapoliisi muduke wansi wa golo kyekiri eri bapoliisi wansi wa golo kyekiri eri bapoliisi
mtu mzima bongo mpaka Uganda unavyodhani ndivyo sivyo maisha ni safari siyokuwa na likizo yaongeza msisitizo kama usimsahau mwenye matatizo wapi walikuwa nazo na sasa wana tena wamebaki na viulizo waliaitwa maskini leo wamezipata imekuwa sivyo ndivyo no matter situation persevere and tolerate don't get hooked by debate that is life no matter what the time and day take a little more time sit and concentrate take a million professors they in a new way unatodhani ndivyo sivyo maisha ni safari siyokuwa na likizo yaongeza msisitizo kama usimsahau mwenye matatizo wapi walikuwa nazo na sasa wana tena wamebaki na viulizo waliaitwa maskini leo wamezipata imekuwa sivyo ndivyo
Checho yena kubibita omuyita sweet baby nakugamba nti chimaitali nomugamba nti nkwagala nnyo nakugamba nti nange bwentyo naye gwe newekwatakwata olinga atayagala muno buli kadde kuyombayomba netabyakomeedyo bite oyagala muwade oyagala musuute womo akuwade oyagala muwade
With a body weight of up to 2 tons, the hippopotamus rivals the white rhinoceros as the second largest living land animal. It averages 3.5 meters long and 1.5 meters tall at the shoulder. Its name means river horse and it's semi-aquatic, inhabiting rivers and lakes in the grassland portions of sub-Saharan Africa. The hippopotamus is recognizable for its enormous barrel-shaped hairless body, big broad head and stubby legs. Even though it's a bulky animal, a hippo runs almost as fast as a human at 30 miles per hour. It's brownish grey on top with a light pink color underneath. The hippopotamus has its ears, nose and eyes positioned on top of its head so it can remain submerged and still monitor what's going on around it. A hippo spends most of its day lazing in the water with its top exposed and occasionally basking on a sandbar. When it submerges, it closes its nostrils and ears so water won't get in. It emerges every 4 to 6 minutes to breathe. The process of surfacing and breathing is automatic, and even a hippo sleeping underwater will rise and breathe without waking. Hippopotami live in herds with the largest pods of up to 100 animals, with one dominant male presiding over a stretch of the river. The hippopotamus is herbivorous and nocturnal. It comes out of the water at night to graze and can eat up to 68 kilograms of vegetation in one night. Female hippos reach reproductive prime at 5 to 6 years of age, while males at around 7.5 years. Mating takes place in the water, with the female submerged for most of the encounter. Hippos have a gestation period of 8 months. The female hippopotamus will go off by herself to have her calf. She will then stay away from the herd for anywhere from 10 to 44 days. A hippo's lifespan is typically 40 to 50 years.
Several mornings she shampoos my locks. Always have my back, she stand true to that. Real type of loving, thank you for that. Yo, run barefoot without no shoes and socks. Cause she keep herself clean, man, I got catch no rush. And she love me for real, man, I feel have no cash. And any little thing and from a splish, she splash. Yo, all this blinging is like you forgot. Use cheddar as the bait, then you recruit the rat. So we listen couple speech of Martin Luther chat. Dennis Brown, Bob Marley and some super cats. Yo, it seem like she live upside the Duke shop. Cause she don't have a scratches, only beauty spot. When one duty start is when one duty stop. 1 9 to 5, 1 5 to 12 o'clock. You see me?
This is NTV.
Last week on the show, the Tricksters team showed how the security of your home could be invaded right under the nose of your housekeeper.
Hello, Mami. Munenze Francis wa boda boda. Omwala okazi wagame ampena chi? Computer yachi? Ya daddy kale.
A friendly customer could easily be a friendly thief.
Movao ompene ne sati nganjagala nyume kuno mugoli no kunyuma
kala cheyo sati
genda ku suit ya black
oba checha ngendo kuwa ono musajja aliwa
And a preoccupied passenger could become a robbery victim in seconds.
Madam, help him well so that we leave the place. It will be easier that way.
Madam, hold here.
Hold in, Jumo Yami, Yami to Vewan, Nemo Vemuchejo.
And today, the Tricksters team of Albert, Edwin, and Felix has been joined by Ramla as she unleashes her feminine charm to show you yet more scams which have parted many victims from their money. This is Tricksters. Coming up on the show, a lady hands over all her money to some helpful strangers.
Kaji, where are you taking the bag?
Leave the bag with her.
What is the problem?
Old clothes for new. A customer pays a high price for an old ragged piece.
This one you'll put it on until you are tired of it. Even your grandchildren are going to put on this trouser.
And a salesgirl and her airtime are soon parted.
Scratch it. Zamina customer care, but now.
Hey there people, welcome to Tricksters. You're with your man, Peter. Now, a walk through the city reveals all sorts of individuals working hard trying to make money. Now, some are trying to do it the honest way while others are trying to con you out of your hard-earned money. There are many ways in which you can lose your money. These are some of them. Have a look. Right, so a recent study has shown that 20% of Ugandans believe in witchcraft, voodoo, African science, juju. So what have con artists decided to do? They've decided to invest. Some clever con artists have decided to take advantage of their situation and make a quick buck. Have a look.
This con is mainly practiced outside banks, where one of the conmen is stationed inside the bank. As soon as he sees a customer who has withdrawn a large amount of money, he alerts his accomplices waiting outside. Then they spring their trap. This is Sonia, who is completely unaware that she is walking into a trap.
Excuse me, Banyaba. Gamulabye nnyo.
Bani?
Tubakoze bubi.
Tukoze bubi.
Olaba omwami oyo agenda. Oyo. Tumubanja milioni zaffe 28.
Weddu.
Nata aganyo zitusasula.
So what? Are we concerned?
Anti kati. Laba. Twamuteze eddagala wali. Alibuuke. Ebisiraani bimugendereko, esente ze zonna zimuggweko, bizinesi ze zife, kakira wemubibuuse.
Echichi?
Olaba wemubibuuse.
What? Chotegaza muno bikusa eddagala eryo. Oh my god. Tugenda kola tutya?
Mulabye.
Soka leke ebisiraani bina bigendera ko bigendera ku.
Ramla puts on an act which is designed to throw Sonia into a panic.
Mulabye.
Go home with those bisiraani.
Mulabye nnyo.
Please, what are we going to do?
Sorry.
I have a shop. This is 1 million years ibiri. I have my kids. Nzadi mukazi mzadde nze golaba. Banange edduka mwenzi ya sente zensasulira bana wange school fees. Sente zenye.
Sorry.
What if I don't work nengena nebya bisirani ku mulimu?
Naye kati.
Our clients, our customer. What am I going to do?
Tukole wetuki. Bali innocent nnyo bambi. Tubayambe tubambulule. Tubayambe.
Ladies, now what you are going to do is we are going to help you get rid of all those cases. Yonna. But you have to react as fast as possible.
See how we're going to react.
Kakati naye buzibu. Twetaaga awali omuki ogw'omuyembe omusajja. Wanono wawe guli wano ha.
Guli nakawa.
Wa
nakawa ku stage.
Wamma ku stage weguli. Tugende.
Tugenda bawa sente.
Mwine motoka tu.
I've got a car.
Okay, kali.
Everything happens so fast. The victim is not given time to think clearly.
Yaba. La salakita.
Abraka.
The sindarasi.
Abraka.
Le singale.
Abraka.
Rondo sinda.
Yabraka baka.
Los
Abraka. And now,
yes, sir.
You are going fast.
Yes, sir.
You go behind that tree. And when you reach there, open your arms like this.
Yes, sir.
When you open them, blow 3 times. How many?
3 times.
Yes. When you, after blowing, close your eyes and say the following words.
Yes, sir.
Ebisiraani bigende bikunte n'empewo ezikunjira ku nnyanja. Again.
Ebisiraani byonna
bigende bikuntire ku mpewo ezikuntira ku nnyanja. And after, don't look behind.
Yes, sir.
Just walk straight.
Okay, sir.
I say ujiwoli, don't go with the bag.
Ramla gives her handbag to Sonia to gain her trust. And she hurries to carry out the commands of the conmen.
All day. Unless you are kubikomyawo. So act immediately. What is your problem?
Mama, tofayo.
My God, this is so horrible.
Things will be okay.
Ebintu byonna bigenda kuterera.
I did not end up like this.
Mama,
we shall work it out.
Mommy, don't worry. Mommy, don't worry.
Everything
will go back to normal and you will forget that you ever stepped in witchcraft and you ever jumped in witchcraft.
You see, She has finished.
Her exaggerated relief convinces Sonia that she has to do this.
Oh my God.
Okay. Man.
Thank you so
now
much.
Now you're the one next. You said the same word he told him.
Totally. And remember the rules. Don't look back.
Will she hand over her handbag?
Where are you taking the bag?
Leave the bag with her.
What is the problem? Don't go with the bag.
Don't look behind.
Don't. Don't. Yeah.
Ebisirani bikunte ng'embuyaga ekuntira ku nnyanja. Oh my God!
This kind of con usually has the conmen acting in pairs or groups, with one conman acting as the victim, in this case Ramla. Her role is to convince the victim that they are in it together, and so they have to work together to overcome this catastrophe. Victims of this con have even been convinced to go and withdraw their life savings to remove the curse.
One thing is for sure, if I were a con man, I would make money targeting people from the bank, but not one guarded by my Afande friend over here. Afande, see you. Now, the best con men know when to strike, especially when people are confused. They stop to think. Like now, I'm wondering, do I take this plain shirt or this striped one?
More and more supermarkets and boutiques are springing up regularly in the city and its outskirts. They make experience easier, but not everyone can shop here. The con we're about to see is mainly practiced by dishonest salespeople in crowded places like markets, bazaars, and roadside market days.
Hey, customer,
Adnan is out shopping for a decent pair of trousers, and he turns out to be Dinte's victim. Edwin, as the first conman, is ready to receive him in his shop. Edwin is working with Albert, who will come in later to confuse Adnan.
Oh,
the victim is impressed by the professional touch.
Let me have a look at
this. That's one. Blue, this one is of a very, very high quality. This one you'll put it on until you are tired of it. Even your grandchildren are going to put on this trouser. Even the sons of your grandchildren will put it on and they'll just get tired of that.
How much is it?
This one, I had to say that this is only 150,000.
I have 50,000.
50,000? Customer. Sure. Kale, weza kumi. The final price I want to give you 100,000 shillings. Zitunulire empale ogirabe.
Zezo zeninamu. Njirabye empale njirabye. Naye nga zezo zeninamu.
Customer. Alisi weza 10. Nazo sente zongambi naye weza 10 nange mbi nganfunako kyenfunyeko.
Kati kankole nti nyakola emitwalo 8.
Ye nawe misolo renti at the end of the day mbasita. Anyway, you're a good man, you're a good customer. Kogenda. Customer, kale bambi yankuguze. Njikuwa gwero akubagwe. You are a very good customer and you are a gentleman. Again, nene empale ya mitwalo 15. Mulasinza jimu. Era saagala oddeeyo mugamba abantu ng'ate. Ndo yambale. Ennaku enkulu zituuka. Oh, yeah. Customer, Bishibin. I told you 100,000 on pay mitwalo.
The shopkeeper sets out to confuse his customers.
Goya ngambye nti oyagala emitwalo 8. Ogenda kumpa empale. Kati ate wekyusa. Kati oba nedda.
The victim is now confused and annoyed. Then the trap is sprung.
Customer, kale soko malaga jangu kamba kankuwe. Kamalega kuwe nezi
ngoye.
Kale bye mwana. Tujja kulaba.
He is happy to go before another change of mind. The con has been successful and the rest is routine.
Got money. Money mix. Mkubi kakati. Sigara huwa.
Kati zinzatereka.
Where is the man who was here? Where is the man who was here?
No, I don't know who is always here.
No.
Any problem?
There was a man who gave me this trouser.
What's the problem?
Look at the trouser he gave me. Look at the trouser. This is not what I bought.
So this is UK, please. From the UK.
Sure.
Okay?
But this is not the trouser. Look at it.
No, please get up. Maybe you're in the wrong place.
No, out of this shop.
You're a thief. I can even call the police. Get out.
Albert intimidates the victim, who wonders whether he has come to the right shop.
No sense. Move out. Go. Look at him.
For me, that was the best con. I'm telling you, once the customer was confused, there was no point of return. Now, I'm telling you, if I was a con artist, that would be the con I'll use. But I can assure you, I'll never be one. There are a number of things I can't do without. I can't do without food, I can't do without water, and I can't do without airtime. Have a look.
Many times cons are successful because they are carried out by the most unlikely people. Conmen posing as rich businessmen and driving flashy cars have many times got away with very simple cons. In this episode, Edwin is posing as a big-time businessman and Brenda at the airtime store is about to fall victim to his tricks.
Madam, get me airtime for MTN.
MTN? For how much?
10,000. Scratch it. Zamina customer care, banna.
He starts off with intimidation.
Hello, David. Yeah, this is James. Kati emotoka zinaguze okuva I Japan namaze okuzikiriyalinga. Ne containers eza spare parts mamaze ziloadinga.
He makes her believe that he is a prosperous businessman. He is a rich guy, she thinks.
Yeah, yes, but hurry up, mwanguwe banai. Echo chiko. Hello? This time of Uganda is so funny. You load 10,000, make a call abroad, and just a minute is finished.
No, international calls are expensive.
Okay, get me now for 60,000.
Still MTN?
Yeah, of course, MTN. Sorry.
He springs his trap. Will she bite?
Sebo. Bw'oba tolina sente mbuulira ne airtime wange nno munziriza.
Kati ndi wano sirina wendi ni mulwadde.
Shattered lives. Buganda riot suspects ponder how to rebuild their lives after 1,000 days in prison.
Tonight, the Buganda riot suspects recount their losses on return to normal life with some startling tales of what awaited their return. We'll bring you the details.
Plus the latest protest by human rights activists at the DPP's offices. Also, don't miss your chance to have your say in tonight's interactive segment, NTV Poll.
A very good evening to you all. It's Tuesday evening, the 15th day of May 2012, and a very warm welcome to this edition of NTV Tonight. Let's now have a look at the headlines.
Madam. Okay, you can push me. I just can't push you because I can see that.
A travesty of justice? Human rights activists in protest over unlawful arrest and delayed prosecution of suspects.
A mother's plea.
Caesar Ashalam's family pleads for former rebel commander's release.
And on the farm tonight,
how to turn Uganda's largely subsistence farming into commercial ventures. Good evening and thank you for joining us here on NTV Tonight. You are right in time. I am Faith Ariho.
And I'm Morris Mugisha. Our top story tonight, now for over 1,000 days they were held behind bars and denied freedom over their alleged role in the 2009 Buganda riots.
Their normal lives were disrupted and they were to face justice for their role in allegedly disturbing public order.
Yet, after being held for over 30 months, the court finally released all the 24 suspects for lack of evidence.
Jessera Livingstone, a father of 5, was among the suspects freed yesterday.
The 49-year-old former tax collector in Natete is at a loss on how to start rebuilding his life.
NTV's Sudilbi Arhanga spoke to Jessera and several of his colleagues and sought to find out how they plan to rebuild their shattered lives.
Stunned and sure and dazed, 49-year-old Jessera Livingstone, a father of 5, looks on as he sits in a small living room given to him by his brother. Jessera attained his freedom yesterday, but the over 1,000 days he spent in prison have broken down his family, deteriorated his health, and pushed him to the brim.
What will I do? I am back to zero.
Jessera is left with only 2 capsules for tonight, a dose to treat kidney failure a complication he developed while in prison.
You can sometimes contract diseases in prison due to congestion.
A single dose costs 25,000 shillings, money he can't afford now.
I need help because I find difficulty easing myself.
Jesero's marriage also fell apart as his wife of 10 years was snatched by his friend.
I don't blame her because I never knew I would come back, but she should have waited.
Jesero's life is now filled with betrayal and bitterness, hardly having appetite to eat. His baby, now 2 years old, was born while he was in incarceration, while his 16-year-old daughter dropped out of school after conceiving.
Twali twasigaddewo ffeka nga maama waffe yatuvaako yagenda olw'embeera yali eriwo nga tetukyasobola kweyamba nga tetukyalina kye tulya.
Once a tax collector in Natete Market, his uniform is all he's left with. It's the same uniform he was arrested in.
N'abo mama naye nga n'ennyumba kati mama era naye waali basuuza muso kwa ennyumba yagitunda ngagala kujjayo nze kasiine rabe nkola ndi awo bwezi ntudde butuusi.
Kino omulimu gwange nagunageza okutuuka nga bampeereza ebbaluwa nzire ku mulimu kati ekyo Katonda kimwebalizaako.
Jesero and 23 others were arrested in September 2009 after riots broke out when the Katikiro of Buganda, John Baptist Walusimbi, was refused to visit Kayunga. Jesel's dreams were completely shattered. He is sick and helpless. But what he wants and his other 23 colleagues from government is one thing: get compensated in order to start a new life. And if that doesn't happen, they're ready to tussle it with government in court. And who knows, maybe if they win the case, their lives could turn back to normal. Sudil Biarhanga, NTV.
So the release of the Buganda riot suspects for lack of evidence has raised major questions. Did the state have reason to arrest the suspects and incarcerate them for nearly 3 years in the first place? And was it a case of the law taking its natural course or simply a miscarriage of justice? NTV's Maurice Ocho sought the views from the Director of Public Prosecutions, Richard Butera, as well as the human rights activists, and filed the following report.
Human rights activists referring to themselves as concerned citizens this morning stormed the office of Director of Public Prosecution DPP in protest over what they call miscarriage of justice. Led by Barbara Alimadi, the activists who early today camped at the DPP's office cited illegal detentions, unlawful arrests and delayed prosecution of several suspects.
You get out of our way, madam. Okay, you can push me. I just can't push you because I can see you are not going. Don't push, don't touch me. Touching me is human rights.
The group demanded that all suspects detained by police and released without charge be compensated and a government apology for malicious and wrongful prosecution. Now, following the release of the Buganda riots treason suspects yesterday by the High Court, the DPP Director Richard Butera did cite a delay in prosecution.
Certainly the delay, the fact that the witnesses were not in the court cannot be blamed on. There are a number of issues which are also stated in the court and we need to address all that.
Despite winning the court's case, Buganda treason suspects defense lawyer Medad Segona, however, argues that justice delayed is justice denied.
Been delayed for a long time, and more so where the government did not want to deliver justice to these young people. The government, first of all, did not address its mind to the law, and the government did not stop at not having evidence, but went ahead to concoct evidence.
It is baffling, however, for anybody to say that that case was framed up. We all pass by Natete and we see the buildings down. So I don't know how that can be called a frame up.
Meanwhile, the Foundation for Human Rights argues that the judiciary is becoming more independent.
Is becoming very much aware of the need to uphold, protect and promote fundamental human rights. You know, a delay in delivering justice amounts to a miscarriage of justice, and the fact that they were suffering what I call trumped up charges, because in my view A charge of terrorism is a very serious offense. It attracts the death penalty.
Political analysts believe the freeing of Buganda riot suspects is an example of a politically motivated case, and in this case, justice delayed is justice denied. After their release, the last lot of 11 suspects all feel that what has played out throughout these many months has been a travesty of justice. Maurice Ochol, NTV.
Now, there have been mixed reactions concerning the capture of now former commander of the Lord's Resistance Army rebels, Major General Caesar Achilam. His family in Gulu want him back home to take over the role of the man in the family and be their savior even after 2 decades away, while some of his tribesmates from the same district want him to disappear from the face of the earth because of his involvement in acts that saw their family members and friends murdered. Florence Nalimba reports.
50 years ago, a baby boy was born in Lataya village in Bungatira sub-county, Gulu district in northern Uganda. Born over then 40-year-old woman Lucia Alal, Caesar Achilam was raised in this very home with 7 siblings, 4 boys and 3 girls. Achilam went through the stages little boys go through and helped tend this garden. A hard worker is what his family described him to be. He attended Gulu Senior Secondary School but never got to complete his studies. She says one day Caesar was collecting potatoes from the garden in the afternoon in 1988 when the LRA rebels captured him. That was the last time Lucia saw her son. And to the siblings, a brother would not resurface for long, going by the tales they were hearing about Kony and the LRA rebels. Achilam's brothers died during the 2-decade LRA insurgency. Now 24 years later, aged 90, Lucia gets to see her long-lost son Caesar, now aged 50, again, but not in person. It is in newspaper pictures and through whispers among the village members of Lataya. If it were possible, the paper would be shredded for each of them to get a glimpse. Uncontrollable tears streamed from their eyes. Caesar's mother says that her son was taken against his will and the government should set him free. She needs him to come home and bury her as well as save the family. While the family is rejoicing and sad at the same time that he's alive but not back with them, one resident, Margaret Oriki, feels like Achilam's capture or surrender to the UPDF on Saturday has brought back sadness she had for long buried in her mind. Margaret says she lost 4 brothers in the bush to Kony rebels and thinks Achilam should be locked up. She is not the only one who has welcomed the former rebels' capture.
We needed to reawaken the world to know that there was a bigger problem out there. Although northern Uganda was peaceful,
we shall rest forever now. Justice can follow anybody, anywhere.
Different countries have welcomed this news, with France pledging to support the UPDF in hunting down Kony in the jungles of the Central African Republic.
We should not say that every senior commander of the LRA is guilty.
But whatever feelings there are about Achilam's arrest, many believe the end is near for LRA Chief Joseph Kony.
Well, it is from that story we engage you tonight in our NTV poll segment this evening. We would like to hear from you on this issue. So we are asking,
do you think captured LRA Commander Caesar Achilam should be considered for amnesty? I repeat, do you think captured LRA Commander Caesar Achilam should be considered for amnesty?
Well, to have your say, do send us your yes or no answer to 8778. Please do also have a comment there. We could actually sample some of your comments. We will sample those comments during tonight's broadcast and also bring you the final poll results at the tail end of tonight's bulletin.
Now let's take a sneak peek at what you can expect in just a few moments when we return after this short break.
Environment Ministry holds development on Bugolobi wetland.
Roads Authority speaks out on state of roads in the country. NTV Tonight continues after this short break. See you shortly.
complain over this.
This is NTV. This is NTV. This is NTV. This is NTV. This is NTV.
Welcome back. You're watching NTV. Tonight we're glad you could join us. Now let's take you back and reminder of our NTV poll question tonight, in which we ask:
do you think captured LRA Commander Caesar Achilam should be considered for amnesty? I repeat, do you think captured LRA Commander Caesar Achilam should be considered for amnesty?
Well, to have your say, do send your yes or no answer to 8778, and please do leave a comment. We'll sample some of your comments during tonight's broadcast.
And we're looking at the poll so far. 40% of you say yes, and 60% of you say no.
Well, let's look at some of your comments already. And Daisy in Busiga says yes, not that it's okay, but encouraging others to surrender.
And Nicholas Enemu says yes, let him receive the amnesty. Not many rebels can do what he did, and he was captured and forced to join KON. He needs to be forgiven.
Well, you still have some time to have your say on NTV poll. Yes or no answer to 8778.
And well, moving on, a section of lawmakers have claimed there is, I beg your pardon, a section of lawmakers have claimed there is a plan by some forces in government to malign the names of religious leaders for speaking out boldly on the restoration of presidential term limits and other political issues. NTV has obtained a copy of the letter purported to have been written by Kabale District Deputy RDC Nixon Kabuye detaining to plot to frame the religious leaders, but the RDC denied authoring the letter, claiming it was forged and intended to malign him, while Information Minister Karoro Okurut described the allegation as false and intended to ridicule government.
NTV has obtained a copy of a letter purportedly written by the Deputy RDC of Kabale, Nixon Kabuye, to one Captain Katabazi. According to the letter, a plot is hatched to frame religious leaders with rape, defilement, incest and illegal possession of firearms. The letter alleges that the RDC was targeting Kabale clergy, who he claims are critical of government. Lawmakers under the umbrella pressure group guiding the nation today criticize alleged government elements intending to malign the names of religious leaders.
The clergy are members of the public of Uganda. Uganda being an enterprise and a business, we are all shareholders. Let it be President Museveni, let it be the archbishops, let it be the peasants of this country.
There is nobody who has a right to gag anyone. It is a constitutional right. Freedom of speech is an inalienable right. It is not even granted. It's a right that one is born with.
Our temple of justice is misused. It is abused to get innocent people, frame up charges against them.
But they are giving you advice depending on what they have. How sure are you that they have not met these people in penitence? Telling them, but my Archbishop Dr. Francis Oranga, I sinned, I abused the Sechikubo.
Archbishop Kizito Rwanga and Anglican Bishop Dr. Zaka Nyiringiye, among others, recently reopened a debate on restoration of term limits and succession. Bishop Nyiringiye today told NTV that he will maintain his earlier position despite threats of this nature.
Do I fear for my life? Well, what for? Dying, I will die one day. I have friends of mine who have died in road accidents. They have died in all sorts of ways. I fearing death? No, not at all. What I'm passionate about is this country. What I'm passionate about is the future of our children. What I'm passionate about is the country and its governance, that we have leaders who are accountable. That I am passionate about. Will anything stop me? Absolutely none.
When contacted on phone, the Kabale Deputy RDC Nixon Kabuye distanced himself from the letter, saying it was a forgery intended to malign his image. However, Kabuye is accusing Reverend Father Gaetano, a Catholic priest in Kabale, of conning Italian donors using government-funded projects in the district.
There is a problem with a priest called Gaetano. It's not the Catholic Church. It is a priest who has a problem. And I realized that Father Gaetano had solicited funds from the Italian veterans. When those parents were raising their issues, they raised the issue of impersonating a government-funded water project. So that letter is a forgery.
Information Minister Karoro Krut further describes the allegations as false and intended to ridicule government.
These false allegations, of course, they are very, very false, being made against the government. The president is on record as having said just a few weeks ago that he will engage religious leaders, he would invite them for a conference.
Recently, the ruling NRM party said the debate on term limits is premature and will come at an appropriate time. Jingo Francis, NTV.
In other news, the Ministry of Water and Environment under the Wetland Department has stopped with immediate effect the construction of warehouses in the Luzira wetland. The wetland is among the many that the Water and Environment Ministry has been trying to reclaim.
It is said that over 300 trips were made before heaps of marram were illegally dumped at this site since Monday for the preparation of the construction of warehouses. The wetland encroachers reportedly presented a land title showing ownership of the land in question and the environmental impact assessment certificate that allows them to construct here. State Minister for Water, Betty Bigombe, does not agree with this.
We're using our environmental police force to evict them. We're writing a letter to suspend all the actions. We're also going to verify whether these documents are authentic.
The environmental police that started work in December last year are also meeting challenges with people like these who claim they have been permitted to do such work by government bodies.
Like Land Commission has issued land titles on a wetland. NEMA has issued certificates on the wetland. And now the Wetlands Department is saying that is wrong. Where certificates have been issued in a wetland, in a disputed place, we go to court and all those titles and certificates be cancelled so that we can enforce. Otherwise, short of that, we are held, our hands are tied because we don't want to be in conflict with the law.
We're also checking with the Uganda Land Commission, the Ministry of Lands. We have to bring them on board, and KCC, so that we make sure that they do not issue land titles on wetlands.
Most of these activities that destroy wetlands are carried out at night, sometimes causing adverse effects to the environment before it's put right. Over an acre of land has been covered with soil in this water catchment area. It is anticipated that if the ministry officials hadn't acted fast, they were aiming for 5 acres as their land title suggests. Irene Namialo, NTV.
Let's now take a look at other news also making headlines in a local news wrap.
Very clearly. Members of the Interreligious Council today convened at the Pope Paul Memorial Center in Rubaga to discuss their role ahead of celebrations to mark 50 years of independence in Uganda. One of the group's pleas is for all religious leaders to desist from partisan remarks.
We thought it fit that religious leaders need to also have their own internal process to really reflect and think, how have we performed? What have we done very well? And what could we have done differently? And on the basis of that analysis, we'll then be able to consider what would be our role as we move forward.
Has been either ascribed to us or has been defined for us. Now, that is not a responsible way of playing out your role. That's why we have chosen that as we go through the last 50 years, we will reflect on what has gone on. Then the next 50 years, we are reflecting and defining exactly what is going to be, first of all, the Uganda we want. As religious leaders, our vision of the country we want.
And in a continuation of a campaign to show solidarity with their supporters, a section of 4GC leaders today took their lunch sojourn to Owino Market, where they were yet again thronged by a cheering crowd. FDC leader Dr. Kiza Besije and Kawempe Mayor Mubarak Munyagwa were this time around joined by Kampala Lord Mayor Elias Lukwago. The group then proceeded to the city centre through Entebbe Road, but were diverted by police to City Hall in a bid to rid the crowd that had followed them.
Hey, you, don't touch me. There was nobody whose property was destroyed. There was nobody who threw a stone. There was nothing because the police did not attack them.
Now, the fight against terrorism and militia groups across Africa is going to be intensified by African armies following discussions by a gathering of army commanders from 36 African countries in Kampala. The 4-day African Land Forces Summit is being held alongside the International Military Sports Council, one of the largest multidisciplinary organizations that promotes friendship among the world's armies through sport. Chris Ochamringa has that report.
These senior army officers are among 133 soldiers from different parts of the world meeting in Kampala for the 67th General Assembly of the International Military Sports Council. The Military Sports Council is the body that organizes various sporting events for armed forces of its member countries.
To come together and harmoniously interact in a meeting about friendship through sports towards the contribution of world peace and security is no mean achievement.
If I know you, obviously I cannot fight you, or even if I can fight you, it will be very mild. So our aims of having all this meeting and our program is just to bring peace into African continent.
Indeed, the need for peace on African soils is a call that has become more pronounced over the years with the rise of militias and terrorist groups across the continent. While these military officers are holed up here for 3 days discussing on issues of promoting friendship among their forces through sports, a few meters away from here are the commanders of land forces deliberating on jointly tackling terrorism and rebel groups in the region. The African Land Forces commanders shared information on combating security threats posed by groups like the Al-Shabaab, the Lord's Resistance Army, and a host of other militias terrorizing civilians across the continent.
We need to exchange views, to
share experiences on how we can handle them and be able to eliminate them amidst us.
The conference, attended by the U.S. Ambassador Jerry Lanier and other top U.S. military officials, also had members discuss the issue of reducing the size of their armies to a leaner and more professional force, something that Lieutenant General Wamala says can only be determined by each country's peculiar security challenges.
If you do a good threat analysis, and then you should have a force relevant to the threat. Because as you possibly know, we went through that experience when we did a reduction in force way back in 1993. And then when we reduced the forces, the threat went high and our forces couldn't meet the challenge.
The officers are expected to come up with resolutions on the key actions that they will take in combating terrorism and rebel groups that destabilize the region at the close of the summit. Chris Ochamringa, NTV.
Now, many households in Uganda have survived on subsistence farming for generations, but this can actually turn into a money-making venture, as one farmer in Mukono did by growing a variety of crops on his small piece of land. And that has seen him increase his farming capacity and maintain the soil fertility as well. Craig Kadoda visited this farm and reports in this week's feature on the farm.
These piglets are the latest additions to Dan Ntabazi's piggery project that has existed for close to 3 years now. They are part of the new breed of pigs called the large white pigs that he got through a community project. These pigs, unlike the ordinary pigs, do not consume a lot of food and produce at least 9 to 10 piglets on every delivery. But he pays close attention to the piglets that have contributed to this farm.
Embizi eyo tujipimira kilo emu n'ekitundu, enkulu ento tujipimira ento tujiwa hafu kilo, buno bwe mulabye obuto, enkulu yerya kilo emu n'ekitundu ku makya n'akawungezi kilo emu n'ekitundu. Kati obudde buno bw'emisana ebeera ku malagala, mazzi n'emmere gye tuba tufunyeewo bakawunga ngaako.
He has now constructed small houses for the pigs, which he breeds for sale, but maintains 3 around that can reproduce to keep the numbers increasing. Because of the good care, he has managed to have them disease-free.
Kiyonjo, embizi terwala lukuku, oba olukuku kwe lukwata embizi tekula. Naye obuyonjo bw'ekifo buli ku makya tuyoolawo ki? Tuyoolawo kalimbwe gwe zipamye n'olwegwe ne tuyoolamu n'oteekamu emmere ng'embizi eri wayonjo. Kati ekintu ekyo kinnyambe nnyo ti embizi zange tezitera kulwala nnyo.
Dan has also managed to clear this area that used to be idle and forested to create a farmland where he plants food crops. Maize was his preferred crop to grow on this fertile land that has not had much exposure to crops. He buys his seedlings at 6,500 Ugandan shillings, which he plants and gets the results in about 4 months.
Oli oyo akwatibwa obuwuka bwa ndiwulira n'ekigabi, naye tugulayo eddagala ne tumufuuyira. Dudu Saipa akola bulungi nnyo okulwanyisa kigabi n'endiwulira oyo obuwuka obwo bulya ebikoola bya kasooli.
Most farmers who have fertile land will in most cases plant and grow their crops throughout the year. Now, the secret to his success is the fact that he always takes a 4-month break in between, and when he plants the next season, it is always a different crop. Dan has cabbages and beans as well on the same piece of land that he rotates on his farm over a period of time, which prevents his soils from fertility exhaustion. At the end of the season, he supplies food to his home and the schools around, which has boosted his finances as he continues to seek modern methods of farming to improve his farm. Craig Kadoda, NTV.
Well, that is another piece on the farm, our feature on the farm, that actually is out to encourage all of us Ugandans to participate in agriculture, to of course bring down the cost of food, and bring down the current inflation of in our food products.
Well, thank you, Craig, for that. Now, Joel Kamadi has joined us to give us the latest in business.
Thank you very much, Faith and Maurice. Now, tonight in business, the Uganda National Roads Authority receives a new board. I will be telling you this and much more in NTV Business up next.
It is baffling, however, for anybody to say that that case was framed up. We all pass by Natete and we see the buildings down.
This is NTV. 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 This is NTV.
Good evening, I'm Joel Kamadi and welcome to NTV Business. The Uganda National Roads Authority has today received a new board amidst the looming challenge of limited access to some of the funds allocated to the road sector. Engineer Peter Sebanachita, the executive director of the authority, reveals that limited access to the funds has made it hard for the authority to fulfill its duties, especially rehabilitating the 10,000 kilometers of the country's road network.
Fixing an estimated 10,000 kilometers of roads taken over from the local governments by the Uganda National Roads Authority is clearly a challenge, more so around financing, according to the institution's Peter Sebanachita.
We need to urgently acquire these additional funds and resources. There is a tendency of looking at the issue as UNRA's money. Whenever I talk with people, I turned that thinking upside down. This is not UNRA's money. This is money for the road network, the country's road network, which UNRA just happens to be looking after. Conversely, if the money does not come, it is not UNRA that suffers, but ultimately it is the entire country. I'm sorry to spend a bit of time on it, but I wanted to make you aware and the new board of the challenges we are facing, so that together we can lay strategies to overcome these challenges.
Speaking at the same event in which a new board headed by Angela Kanyima was unveiled for the Roads Authority, the Line Minister Abraham Byandala admitted the sector's constraints and urged for effort in ensuring value for money as well.
So don't allow these investigations to come. UNRA must find a cure to the annoying common song of inflated unit costs of road construction and the damaging talk of roads being cheaper and better in Rwanda, Tanzania and Kenya. I think your communication manager has been talking about these things. So that this misconception of that the roads are more expensive here than Kenya and what, we should also start seeing this thing.
Over the past 3 years, the road infrastructure component has been one among the top recipients of the national budget, with concern from some quarters that quality and speed of roadworks still needs improvement. Raina Ojan, NTV Business.
Government is now placing more hope in building private sector capacity to bridge the growing unemployment gap in the country. Industry State Minister James Mutende says government can only provide 500,000 jobs, yet those who qualify for work but remain unemployed are over 14 million.
With government only able to create 500,000 jobs at most, but with a job deficit of 14 million, the task at this rate is insurmountable by government. This explains the frantic approaches by government, with now Uganda Investment Authority joining training of youth entrepreneurs. UIA is piloting the training in Mbale beside other efforts elsewhere. The pilot in Mbale involves 400 youth, with expectation that trainees can help create at least 2 jobs each.
The micro, small and medium enterprises alone, there are 800,000 people involved in that sector. And each of them on average employs 5 people. So you have more than 4 million jobs in that sector alone, which is informal. And so that's why I want to have this kind of training, so that we can formalize what is right now informal and help you to participate in business.
Now in the equity markets, there was a rally at the bourse as most counters posted good gains, pushing the all-share index up to 1,033 from 1,000 shillings yesterday. We have details in the financial market report. Now, in international news, Facebook has raised the price at which it hopes to sell its shares from between $28 and $35 to $34 and $38, potentially putting its total value above the earlier estimates of $100 billion. The company said strong demand had pushed up the price as it nears the beginning of trading in the shares this Friday.
A valuation at this level would make Facebook worth more than the US corporate giants Disney, Ford, and Kraft Foods. The 8-year-old social network has 900 million users worldwide and made a profit of $1 billion last year. If investors buy the shares at the midpoint of $36, Facebook would raise $12.1 billion through its planned sale of 337.4 million shares. Despite the strong interest, a Facebook team is continuing to tour the US with an investor roadshow, a move under by companies to drum up demand ahead of a sale of new shares. Facebook is set to list on the Nasdaq, and its value with rival Amazon's current worth $100 billion. Facebook founder and chief executive Mark Zuckerberg will remain in control of the company even after the flotation, controlling more than 57.3% of the voting power through shares he holds and through voting agreements with other shareholders.
And that winds up NTV Business tonight. Back to you, Maurice and Faith.
Thank you, Joel, and see you tomorrow.
All right, we're taking another very short break, but when we return, Faith with the latest in sport.
For fairness all over, use
This is NTV. This is NTV. This is NTV. This is NTV.
Good evening and welcome to NTV Sport. Now, the race for the 2012 National Rally Championships resumes this weekend when the third National Rally Champions event flags off at Misali in Masaka town. A total of 32 drivers will be competing for seeding points in a bid to overthrow regional national champion Susan Mwangi. Sam Poza has the details of the story.
Former national champion Nasam Tebi and youngster Peter Kalwe will be the men to watch out for as the third leg of the National Rally Championship flags off at Misali in Masaka this weekend. Driving a Subaru N4, Kalwe hopes to capitalize on his popularity in Masaka to beat his challengers in the CRC category. His senior counterpart Nasam Tebi, who has also become an in-house name in Masaka, will have his new Subaru N11 ready for the championship in a bid to reclaim the title he lost to Susan Mwangi last year.
We hope to do better. We've not been doing so well in circuits. We've been losing about 30 seconds in total, day one. But this time around, we hope to be among the big boys. We hope to post good results, though we know that we have a very steep competition.
Mutebi also believes driving before the home crowd will give him an added advantage to win the championship.
We have a lot of inspiration. We are born in Masaka. We have so many supporters in Masaka. Many people believe in us. We believe in our skills. Once the car is okay, I think all will be fine.
The 2010 national champion will unveil his car to the fans in Masakat Vienna Hotel on Thursday evening before taking it for the super special stage at Misali on Saturday. Sam Poza, NTV Sport.
League defending champions Uganda Revenue Authority have suffered a major setback in their campaign to retain the title after losing to Mid-Table Proline Football Club by 1-0 at Nachivubo Stadium. At Bugembe Stadium, Kampala Capital City Council beat Hoima Busia by 1-0 to move one place up to 5th position. It was a good day for the visiting teams as Water Football Club beat home side Masaka Local Council. However, the match officials say for the victors versus Express game are said to have arrived late in Ginger and the game was postponed. The battle for the 2012 European Football Championships starts on June 8th in Ukraine, but world champions Spain will have to defend the title without their key defender Carles Puyol. Puyol underwent a knee surgery last week and he was told to rest for 6 weeks. These and more coming up in our international sports highlights.
Defending champions Spain will be without defender Carles Puyol as they kick off their Euro 2012 title defense next month. The Barcelona defender underwent a knee surgery and will be out of action for about 6 weeks. Striker David De Villa is also a doubt for the reigning world champions.
But there are a lot of great players in Spain, so whatever the final squad is, it will be a good one. Our group is a difficult one, but all the groups are hard. It is important that we start well against Italy, then we focus on the rest of the tournament.
Spain kick off their campaign against Italy on June 10th. And former champions Germany will be another team to reckon with in this year's championship, given their rich history both in the World Cup and European Championships. Germany have played a total of 7 finals in both the World Cup and European Championships.
Of course, we go into the tournament with the aim of getting all the way to the final. And of course, we want to win the tournament. It would be great if we would all see each other here in Berlin on the Fan Mile to celebrate our victory with our fans.
They will kick off this year's tournament against Portugal on 9th June.
And that winds up NTV Sport for tonight. Thank you for watching. We'll now take a look at tomorrow's weather forecast.
Now, a very quick look at the NTV poll question tonight and the results.
Now, looking at the result, the final result, 52% of you say yes and 48% of you say no.
All right, a brief look at some of your comments, and we thank you so much for them. Somebody here in Ginger, we can't get your name, you said yes, most LRA fighters were abducted against their will into rebellion, and that almost is the same comment as that of Egitu Sam in Soroti.
And Sharifa Mwajabu says no, if he is to be given amnesty, then he must compensate all the wrongs he has afflicted to people in northern Uganda, which is impossible.
And Maria in Mbale says, given what we hear of what Kon used to do to his captives, I say yes.
And Gerard Lutaya here says he should face the law. People in northern Uganda deserve justice. So many have died because of him. Why didn't he surrender when the Amnesty Commission was at its peak?
And final one here quickly from Jacqueline in Muyenga. She says that Anchalam should be granted amnesty if proven that he has ever tried to abandon the LRA, and if he is willing to give useful information about the LRA to the UPDF. And on that note, we thank you once again for your fantastic responses to our NTV poll question for tonight. Tomorrow, NTV poll will be back, and don't miss a chance to have your say.
And I'll be back at 11:30 for a final roundup of the day's news. But for now, from both of us here, thank you for watching NTV Tonight. I am Faith Uriho.
And I'm Maurice Mugisha. Good evening.
This is NTV. This is NTV. This is NTV.
Though Debbie's father left, her mother let him come home.
What is the true essence of a man? One who takes care.
This is
This Wednesday, as we have a true discussion.
This is NTV. This is NTV. This is NTV. NTV. This is 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 NTV.
Natambula omusaiza omukulu bono lusinfungo lusikasuka azwala kasuka konka kati ngobona kikali kiri mukolo mojo ngakazwala abahala nga bamuluka bana kalinda bulinda sibahano kati namabere gatambuliraho ngabazwala batira bubazwalanga abayisuka babanga nabasaiza bakulu abaite wabo ngati babaje bakalimu mu mafumbiro ngabo babana basaiza abakuhiga nabana emukuhiga abakwa kuba nani nkofu nani ebyo ponjo baba nabayisuka abo aya bahalate ibo bakulangana bakaire babu nibabegese byo kusumba babegese ebikolagana no bakalinga nani boyaba.
Children were regularly admonished to respect elders because they took care of them, gave guidance, and so refusing to bend to their will was unheard of.
Omulembo gweira omwana ngaino kufukamira okusugiria omwana aye mulembe guno tibafukamira bakota makubukotami kale kidibirie enkola yesweira omwesu kati andakali awulira ite wo mukoba kyo mukoba ati imwe mukairire ndamanyango likumukobere kitufo kyakola ki ekyamuyamba.
The girls were married off at a tender age of about 12 or 13 years. It was a time that every teenage girl dreaded.
Tinga batwala bwirati ano olusinga bakwata bukwati bakulinda ku balindo muhala ku nsulo yakobiri naagana ku nsulo bitwika bat ababemba gwanana wange yotom byengeri yeyo bityo aye na kuzino bya mukanisa kwa bayedi wa mulamuzi kwa babyengeri yeyo bityo abeira bafumbirwanga maka nganze enjagana odyo munange mukwa muna amakago masa nino muhala wange odiena nino mwisuko wange abakulu ngeri yeyo nobona ngo fumbirwa makago masa okusinge na kuzino oyagana mu lugudo mbotwaire eyatukaika na kusukire kintu ekindi omulembe guno tuli kugusemba kyovona tubali kuguma mu bufumbo kuba gobagagana bwagani nolonda ayeira bafumbirwa ganwanga bakulu na bakulu niba mulondera bulondero lusisenga omuntu niyambonero mala.
In traditional Africa, a chief's responsibilities consisted of providing a peaceful environment by solving disputes. This has not changed, and this role is still carried on by village elders like Mzee Nabikamba and the village chairman.
Mu bantu nga bahulira abantu babo bafuga kuba buli muntu yemalanga yabanga omutongole obwekisoko nga yemala ku kitundu kye era nga mateeka galiku gakola aina kuzino be oyagana moja abiro ku mateeka ne government ndibagihulira na iwo oli kufuga tiba kumaita ati twakoherene ebyayeira babanga nga batyama era nga olohisyo mwenge oyino kutwala enso okutwalira omukamawo Olo kyaza bagini aboitire nani ono kutwalira omuntu wekye kulya ebitakolibona kuzino era babe bahulize
ata no mali okay buli mukulembeza ine engeri jagema mu kitundu kye atogeme kitundu okusinzira mbantu abaliki abalimu nga iswe omukumanya kwange batukobera kugaitaganya bantu tikaisa onani no nani babanga hali akakubagano etenji hijombi ayete kuna abantu kuba buli muntu werosi kukyalo abandi batakibata maite no data executive ayeta abantu ababalira ine kyama mukobera omuntu ekitufu amatira bairobumo.
With peace and unity in the community, it was always easy for people to work together and prosper. This ensured a good harvest. The harvest season was an enchanting and mesmerizing experience. It was a colorful and noisy affair at which many people collectively worked and celebrated the unique culture of ancient Africa.
Tukobera kubavuka babanga nabakaire babo babayamba kulima ati ano muntu ni moiza ni mazenka olohoja na heri emere enkarakana nabantu abangi abavuka bahwerereyo bona basomere kubabire isho tusigaire eno ate tetemero kubentono okasi aletete tabo kuba ati ano buli muntu akagula kaki twalyanga tufunde era tuleka naho ayati ano sente odi akakwata kakantu kanga takakutunda kubanga sente aletete tabo.
Today, the winds of change have transformed this community and the people have lost that communal spirit as many now put all their efforts in pursuing individual goals.
Tuegere okunone byenfuna omuntu asalawo muyembe gwena ko bati ogwagira ko muntu ndakumusiba busibi kali n'abantu basoba bayiza batu emyembe gije n'egisogeje lero batangira kutunda ndo ayiza na kutia na bakungu muliana na panga yawo mtown.
This shift from the traditional way of life has led to tremendous growth in Uganda's economy, but this is in no way reflected in everybody's life. For many people in Bukono-Ivukula sub-county, the connection between poverty and hunger is an everyday reality. This is David. He has to do all he can to feed his children. Right now, he's trying to tap white ants before they fly away. Insects are special foods for most communities in Uganda. All the 52 tribal groupings eat white ants, and in the central particularly, grasshoppers are a delicacy. White ants are winged insects that appear during the rainy season. They have bulky stomachs full of fat. They live and emerge from anthills.
Kirine sene gikiraga nga kyaba kuleta era kisalaho akatuli kanene okolingirira no kakasyanga kiri kwa bakola ki kiri kwa bakujja anao notandiko kubuyika obango bwikire nigitandiko kuyiza moiza oluzwanyuma lwako nijabanga gikola ki nigihera.
White ants can be eaten raw, in paste form, or pounded into a mash when still fresh and cooked in various ingredients like ghee and peanut paste. These incidentally have a great nutritional value.
Ejibanga jibaire nyingi tusobola kutundako ebanga twatunde engoli ne family mala wejerira bwerire no kujihako abanaiso babanga bakolere ki bayiziro mu kitundu aho esawo tujihako ki abakago basibona ne bakola ki ne bali yako era nguli kitukirire nga mukali ku nga nguli mutukire nga kihereriyemo mwana nguli tubahako ni muri yako oba muri ya.
David's children watch and learn from him. About 31% of Uganda's population lives in abject poverty. Agriculture, which forms the bulk of Uganda's earnings, is still lagging behind in the modernization of this sector despite the country's fertile soils and favorable climate. But what are the communities doing to curb such extreme poverty? We meet with Proskovia Mugalia, the leader of a women development association that works to improve the lives of women in Bukono.
Omukyala asobola okweyemereryawo omakage obweno yambe kuko ba mwami yena muyambe kuko busukulu fees ayira tukali tukolere ki tulemererwe ati ano tena nimba kuko no mukibina yevukula kibanga kikulire ino nabazungu baiza batukyalira kuko kala banayise baboyine ngekibina kikulire nga kitandikira okubiza mebisa betu ekyanga musigala mabantu batya Chebaze nangize no nambala ngalamirira ndowozya ankanti ayizene mbita bitamuku kwano mukalo wana titubaku yokuko nakabina era nasokere ku mama wange oyo nakati mwana iwe mwaisumu no yani yaikiriria ya ebule yaikiriria olo tukola ki ninjabe mama nakati ayinze njikirire njabe omukyalo gondali ayinze njikirire paketo ahereria abantu tuiza tutyama hano tutesya tugula obunani obutabuta bwaiso butwatandikire nabwo nga tubula kuku sente waire egitwatandikira tusala otusolonge nusulu 10 tuherie twaheriri twagulire bulo tukola tusya tukola mamalwa tusune sente jaisu ati ano bana baidake baizire batugavira kuko bwido tupangise kisiko tulima maido guys tuita maido mangi aye titwa maite kuku kibina kigendera kye kibina ise twitira maido nga buli muntu agabana twale uwe nga tuleka ebafu ibiri emesenga giriako bade ebatukira mukisera mutu kopa maido twakopera maido gafuire kisoka kyemerezya mukuku awo kaisolo kabiri tutandika buyaka nga chatandikire mwaka gwe 2021 namani agananyera.
The group has put up a piggery project of 1 male and 1 female pig. The pigs are fed on leaves to continue the cycle of passing on the offsprings to other group members.
Tebibina biri yebiyamba bakali nobulira nti abakali babahaire sente giti babahaire milioni giti aye sabe ivukula bati bamaitengo ivukula ali eno tinsobola akitegera aye bandi tusasire bibina banange biri eyo nibaza ni batu yamba kuko eno sena bakali tusituka kuku iswe Kampala titumaiteyo eiganga titumaiteyo obo yabo mu office obotandikira kwani obotandika otya aye bankazire batugemako isitwasukira otuso bamuzibe otasomako tuli mama magezi gabuzaliranwa aya anona atutesya badi bataka luzungu nete wahandika otya bataka luzungu kale nguli baizire batukwataku.
Proskovia has built her house all by herself and she has been taking care of her children. She wants to lead a better life. It has not been an easy task managing a home in her husband's absence. Like many others, her husband left the village in search of a job in the city. On the other hand, Proskovia has no kind words for city dwellers who come to the village to rip them of the little they have earned from their sweat.
Abantu bazwange Kampala kubalya ku sente ati baigwira account number babaletera ko butabo ayinge bule kizwala ate otwala emitwalo 13 bakuwe emitwalo simanyi mmeka abantu batoire se otwala emitwalo 3 simanyi bakuwe obe milioni mmeka abantu bakukire kuno batwale yesente kuigombola abantu ebabire ne sente tibayiranga jagotere goto buli muntu azwe Kampala yaize no kuiba owakanga tayira.
The project is still in its early stages, but the families are hopeful that in the near future, meat from the pigs will be sold to markets, increasing the group members' income and releasing them from the cycle of poverty and hunger.
Ayenga tutaka ino kwerandize ere kyatekesire kibina kino ngataka twesitule kukuba tubulire bibine bindi ati ano bazwire mu bugrupu babazimbire ne cyumo bakikola ki twegombo kubitukako aye tubula tugemako.
Farming is the backbone of the Basoga's daily lives. They grow a variety of crops, of which the main, their staple food, is potatoes. Other crops grown in Busoga include beans, matoke, cassava, and groundnuts, which is another favorite. Since the 1960s and 1970s, the growing of rice has also been a very lucrative business in which many families have engaged.
Mtiere tukai tulima. Mwajire ku season etali ya mtiere. Kuba ngomtiere kuangaize nzali atulumire ino. Ati anu basalaho basoka ba lime itale. Bali maduma, bakoma muhogo, mmeremero busobola kuba besi yawo kulya. Kaisholo bangireki ekibali nero yagenza no moti twati ekibali kyalikola ki kyalirimwa ayo kutanga gwo kusatu kwa maiso yagire muntu ngayibiro mukibali du ekubala no bano begere.
But due to the change of seasons that has brought about irregularity in the rains, the swamps that were used for growing rice have been abandoned. After a long spell of the dry season, some farmers have started preparing the swamps for cultivation again. But what more has contributed to this part of Uganda remaining poor for so long, and what is being done for the people to improve their lot?
One of the reasons I think people in Busoga are poor is because they lost the cash crops that they used to earn money from. None of you was around that time when cotton was the prime thing. Busoga used to produce the biggest quantity of cotton in this country. And this kingdom where you are had so much money, they used to sponsor people to study in universities abroad, 100%. Now that is not possible because that cash crop, one is very labor intensive today, and two, the culture changed with the advent of There used to be seasonal crops like groundnuts and maize. These were food crops, but they were also sold. And the Indians were there to buy these things. Today, that is not possible. People have gone back to subsistence, total subsistence farming, so that there is very little left for sale. Or they sell everything and there is little left for food security.
The traditional leader of the Basoga, the Chabazinga Isabantu, has joined the fight to improve the standards of living of his people.
More economical crops are now coming in, besides cotton, maize and beans, so that many people are now taking this on, like sugarcane, cotton of course, and so many people are going in for fruit growing, mangoes, passion fruit, and things like that. But as yet, all this is on individual status. As cooperatives, this is the thing that we are fighting to see that people, the more they get into cooperatives, I think the more they benefit through their economic crops.
Though the leaders of the region have relentlessly tackled different means of improving the incomes of the people, this is still an uphill task.
We have the most vital demographic constituents of youth who have been encouraged, unfortunately, by politicians to go on borders. This is a very huge and productive force that wakes up in the morning and they sit on bicycles or on piki-pikis and they're not productive. The elderly who remain in the villages can only do so much. By 8, they are sitting. And they are unproductive, but they are consumptive. They go home and eat. Where is the food coming from? So there are no more resources left for investment. And you know, most reliable investment you can make is one made from your savings. And they are unable, by nature of their engagement, to save any money.
Even the Chabazinga, whose residence should be exemplary, has not been spared this scourge. The palace has not been renovated for many years.
Unfortunately, I think government is feeling some financial constraint, so that money is not being pushed to the contractor as it should be. So presently, temporarily, the work has now stalled. So we hope possibly after Chogam, the money will be again put into the venture.
Yes, so the dances can be down here.
This has been welcome news to the ears of the Basoga and is a stepping stone in maintaining their culture. Culture forms an integral part of who we are. For as we plan for the future, we need to understand our past in order to ensure continuity of our values and beliefs.
If people have no culture, those people are dead 1,000 times. Because whatever way you look at things, you must have a culture. There is even the culture of politics. So culture is very, very important. And we have experience of countries in the Far East which have developed on the basis of their cultural heritage.
And so for now, the hopes and aspirations of many Basoga have remained unfulfilled.
This is NTV.
It's the second most endangered giraffe subspecies with only a few hundred members. All of those that are living in the wild are in protected areas in Uganda and Kenya. The red-striped giraffes have the basic appearance of other giraffe subspecies: long legs, a long leg with 7 elongated vertebrae, and a lobe-like hook. The base of the leg has spines which protect upward and fold behind over the shoulders. They have ankle muscles that hold the neck upright. But they are taller, measuring up to 6 meters, with an adult male weighing up to 2,000 kilograms. A giraffe's head can weigh up to 10 kilograms and measure about 60 centimeters in length. This is the only subspecies to be born with 5 horns. 2 of these are 2 horns in the tip of the head, in common with all giraffes. The third horn can be often seen in the center of the giraffe's forehead and the other 2 behind his ear. Giraffes can inhabit savannas, grasslands, or open woodlands. They are herbivorous, preferring areas enriched with acacia turf. Their long legs are used to browse through leaves and break large quantities of water. As a result, they can spend long periods of time in dry, arid areas without drinking. A giraffe can eat 63 kilograms backgrounds of loss includes mating. Giraffes are first to reach stress-like pairs, so their pair needs to travel all the way up their neck. They are sociable, tolerant animals with the female giraffes living in groups of a dozen or so members, including pairs. Males tend to live in bustling herds with older males often leading solitary lives. Unlike most mammals, giraffes work using both legs on the same side of the body simultaneously. When alone, giraffes can reach speeds of 30 to 36 miles per hour. Giraffes have a life expectancy of 20 to 30 years.
This is NTV.
Welcome to the Art and Design Show. Coming up, we meet Uganda's inspirational veteran and waltzing to the tune of Uganda's ballroom dancing wizard. An accomplished watercolorist and oil painter renowned for his realism initially made his mark as a scrimshaw artist. Taga's talent and skills range from pieces of intricate detail to more emotional, realistic and impressive works.
I'm a realist and I use watercolor, I use oil, I use acrylic, I do pen and ink. Yeah, I've taken deep interest in watercolor for one reason that although it's so difficult to handle, once you learn how to handle it, it takes a short time to produce work. So that's one of the reasons why I like it. The other reason is it gives you good accidents. Every piece is an experiment, is a new experience. You don't get tired working in the studio. That's the other thing. And then sometimes it gives you amazing surprises, you know, what you never expected to produce. I was an abstract artist for a long time, but I reached a point and I could not answer certain questions. You look at a painting, someone asks you, what's this? You are the author and you say, I don't know. It is quite embarrassing. So I wanted to do something that I understand, and I wanted to do something that the public understands.
Amongst his vast collection, Taga's designs, mostly of primates and moths, have appeared on Ugandan stamps.
I did that and many people have used that, but they definitely don't know the author, which makes me comfortable.
The spectacularly thick layering of oil paint adds a vivid three-dimensional texture and brings the paintings to life.
It's the eye, you know? I may start with these other shapes to get my proportions right, but when the actual work starts, I have to get my eyes right. The reason I paint gorillas is simply because I never used to paint wildlife, and gorillas are kind of close cousins to the human race. And because of the fact that I was doing the human figure a lot, I was kind of attracted by that primate which I painted a number of times, and then it introduced me to the other broad spectrum of wildlife. The sheer size of an elephant is, I mean, it blows your imagination. It's so big. That attracts you as an artist. And the texture on an elephant. You know, you are painting an elephant, it's almost a religious experience. You have to sit there and do all the textures on it. When I'm painting birds, it's their majestic, you know, expressions, it's their majestic dynamism when they are flying or when they are landing, or when all that drama attracts me to paint them. And in doing so, they exude so much beauty that many times I miss in my paintings, because you always miss the point. You always don't capture that. Many people say that, why don't you use a camera? Yes, it's actually easier to draw from life a bird than to use a camera, because many times you go out in the field to photograph a bird. You end up with beautiful branches, because the moment you clicked, the bird moved off. I observe these birds and I make what we call quick sketches, and then I also back them up with, you know, photographs. Then I go in the studio and then paint. There's a big problem when you are painting in the field. Sometimes your easel won't be able to balance. Sometimes the wind, you are going to be in the middle of painting and then the wind blows off the drawing board. It's a bit tricky.
Driven to understand the complex relationship between man and nature, Taga's art reflects the confidence and idealism in all of us.
I use my imagination basing on what I see. So I do not do spiritual art. No, I don't do that kind of thing. I am a realist, dead realist, realist. So that's the kind of, I see something small and I, you know, create something big out of it.
Taga's fascination of the human form and wildlife are characteristic of his canvases, and as such, his choice of Black Madonna and Child is a recurrent theme.
The African woman endures a lot of hardship. I know so many people know that, but I would also want to record it. I would also want to show it from an artistic standpoint.
For Taga, however, his inspiration was not a matter of studies alone, but lineage as well.
My grandmother was an artist, and when I was very little, she used to show me what she used to produce. And I started then to learn to draw and, you know, imitate the things that she was doing. The biggest challenge in art is the fact that you don't have a boss. You don't have a boss, so you don't have something to get you out of that bed. You don't have something to take you back home. You are, you know, you live a bohemian lifestyle, too free. You know, you are liberated, but are you ready for that liberation? Maybe not.
His pieces have showcased in national parks nationwide and adorn many private collections.
I usually come home and do a bit of planting of stuff. My son loves football. I'm not a great fan of football, but because my son loves it, Joe, I go and play football with him or ride bikes in the evening. The one message that I would like to send out there to all the artists who might view this is that they are free, but they have to use their freedom with caution.
For Taga, the sky continues to be the limit. Weaving using plant fiber in Africa can be traced as far back as 4000 BC, way before weaving of cotton was introduced. Plant fibers such as millet stalks, grass, sisal was used. Weaving refers to the interlacing of two or more sets of fiber or yarns such that they cross each other normally at right angles. This is accomplished with a hand or power-operated loom. Here in Uganda, most weaving is done by women, and the products range from baskets to mats, hats, bags, wall hangings, and much more. These handicrafts are made from renewable natural fibers and dyes.
Emikeka tugiruka mu nsansa nnyabo. Ensansa tuzigulamu owino oba kaleerwe. Naye nga bwe tuba
palm leaves that we purchase from markets locally, and we color them using natural dyes because our clients prefer natural to artificial dyes.
Herbs zino okumixinga eddagala lino natural colors ze tusinga okukozesa kubanga gye tutunda ebintu bino tebaagala colors za enzungu.
Rita explains the process of making a mat.
Omukeeka kati design tubana nnyingi.
For the mats, we have several designs. After splitting the palm leaves, we crisscross them into the desired designs. We continue interlacing them until it lengthens. We roll it and then sew it together.
Ekibbo tukiruka n'obuso oba n'enjulu nga osooka kuzinga kakeedo.
The process of making a basket is different. It starts with making a knot and working your way up, mixing colored straws to the very top.
Kano akatobo akatono n'ogenda ng'otandika akatobo ako mpola nga kagenda keezinga nga keetooloola. Kati bw'oba oyagala kuluka kibbo kyakuweta wano oba otuuse okuweta ng'oweta okufaanana nga kino.
These unique lidded baskets are made from millet stalks and raffia woven in rich natural colors depicting the African arc. They can be used for storing jewelry and trinkets. Traditionally though, these baskets in a larger version were used to serve food, more precisely, millet bread. Nature deep bowls not too different from lidded baskets can be used to hold plant pots. Traditionally, they were used to serve food and as a unit of measure for grains and flour. In consultation with nature, these beautiful products are made using the grasses from the neighborhoods of rainforests abundant in Uganda. Today on The Flyer, we meet ambitious young fashion designers in the industry. Christine and Caroline ventured into fashion designing soon after university and have never looked back.
I did fashion as a course in Makerere University, Margaret Royal School of Industrial Fine Art. And after like 2 months from school, we started up a fashion house here with my partner.
Caroline gets her inspiration from everything she sees around her. However, she is quick to add that it's a combination of passion, imagination, and her creativity.
I get inspirations. While we were still in school, we were taught how to get inspiration modes, yeah? So you could get like something natural, a flower or something, or a leaf or something, and then you draw out of it. However, that used to work for courseworks. But now it's not like a general rule that I have to get a mood or something. I like Valentino. He does outstanding designs. They could not be really outstanding, but the finishing, the touch of decorating them. He does his beadwork. One time I watched he was doing it by hand. You know, people don't sleep, and these very old women, they do it perfectly. So when it comes to stage, it's really, I don't know.
Fashion designing and blending is not as easy as it may seem. It burns down to a mixture of questions and feelings. What fabric, what color, what style?
I should say we were on pressure. It was a competition. It was a students' fashion competition. And we were all fighting for bronze, gold, and whatever, yeah? So really, we all fought to do what's best. And we were all winners there, I think, that day. I learned aggressiveness, Fashion designer has to be aggressive. Dressing a model is not easy. Showcasing a design is not easy. And someone actually liking what you've made is not easy. Many people like going to fashion shows and finding things that are outrageous.
A distinctive character of modern-day fashion remains its functionality.
Me, I believe in making things that a person will actually love to wear. Something that will go, not something that will stay in frames.
Here is the linen.
We use all kinds of materials. We use chiffon. We actually mostly would want to promote African fabric. We use African fabric, waxed or cotton.
Caroline and Christine stay focused and eager to seriously venture into the Ugandan fashion scene and continue to contribute to its development. If age is nothing but a number, then 82-year-old Christopher Kato is a true embodiment of youthful grace. Watching him glide gracefully across the floor exemplifies the nature of ballroom.
Ekyansikiriza kyali ekintu kimu ku balinga bakatandika okuleeta bu sinema obwabeeranga mu buli kitundu kubanga tetulina bwasooka kubeera bwa mu motoka buli kyalo nga bagenda balaga.
When films had just been introduced in Uganda, I was attracted to the cowboy dances in them. I slowly started imitating them and practiced in my own way, and eventually learned them. The return of World War II veterans also gave me a boost because they had an idea of the dance, and I learned from them as well.
The word ballroom denotes a room where balls were held, that is, formal social dances. Balls were important social events in the days before radio and television. The word ball comes from the Latin word ballare, meaning to dance.
Mutambulidde mu ngeri yange yakwewagula bwewaguzi era olwokuba nti wana amazina baali tebagatwalanga ekikulu naye nazinangamu bwe ndi nafunamu ku ssente bwange.
The society at that time didn't appreciate ballroom dancing. However, from the little money I made, friends advised me to try my talent abroad, and I did. The funniest thing is that I did not speak any English, but somehow got around easily because of my talent. I also acquired some books from Alex Moore School of Dance, which I returned with and further enhanced my skills. I teach ballroom dances like waltz, foxtrot, quick step, tango, Viennese waltz, and Latino, which is a dance from the Latina countries.
Mo Brazil ngeyo mo Gundi, mo Spain n'abantu abalabe bati. Amazina
Dance is like a game and keeps one physically fit. It's an exercise that one does while enjoying the music. It's one of the best exercises. If you haven't gone to the gym, gone swimming, or otherwise, please go and dance.
These standard ballroom dances have diverse origins, rhythms, and tempos, with one commonality. They are all danced by a couple, a man and lady, in a close hand formation. Ato has been a coach and mentor to numerous people within the corporate class as well as countless social dancers since the early 1990s. He welcomes people from all walks of life regardless of shape, size or ability to his classes. His broad experience in both dance and advanced learning techniques makes his methods of instruction innovative, easy and fun. So if you're ready to learn some dance and bring a little grace into your life, ballroom is definitely the way to go. And finally, the Reds African Fashion Design Awards in Uganda. The competitors included 3 established designers and 7 novices, out of whom the judges chose 2 winners from each category. Here are the highlights of the awards.
Thank you very much. Congratulations to Elizabeth. She wins $3,000 US.
I think the thing is to look at Africa and Uganda, because Africa is the future of fashion.
As you can imagine, it was hard creating things and then cutting them up and making them and then making sure they're perfect and, you know, putting them together. It was really hard. Then you get all the nervous tension and being backstage and all. But I'm so excited.
That's it for this edition of Art and Design. Remember, an artist must possess nature. He must identify himself with the rhythm so as to express himself in his own language. Join us next week for more. Until then, enjoy the rest of your viewing.
NTV.
Is part of the antelope genus and is native to Western, Central, Eastern and Southern Africa. It has a reddish-brown shaggy coat which progressively grows darker with maturity and a white bib under the throat. It is generously covered with thin brownish oily grease that has a distinct musky odor. It's easily recognized by a distinctive white band on the rump encircling the tail and the long bow-shaped ringed horns of the male, which go up to 100 centimeters long. The female has no horns. The waterbuck stands up to 1.3 meters at the shoulder and weighs from 160 to 240 kilograms. The waterbuck roves in small herds in marshes, scrub and savanna areas near water where they mainly eat grass and require large quantities of water, hence their partiality to water bodies. The waterbucks share a social life similar to that of the corpse. They are territorial and a herd usually has one dominant male with numerous females. Young males form bachelor herds which are a training ground for the bucks to perfect their skills in order to go and fight the dominant male and take over the herd of females. This is part of their training process and they will choose a partner according to their horns, which must be the same size. These wrestling matches are preparing them for a major territorial fight with a dominant male in order to take over a leg in the traditional breeding grounds. Waterbucks will give birth to a single calf after a 7 to 8 month gestation period. Waterbucks have a lifespan of 18 years.
This is NTV.
Hello and welcome to Log In, where you get logged in and granted access to all of the wonderful things in the capital of happening, Kampala. So many things that I love to do. Dancing is definitely one of them. I love dancing, I love watching dances, you know, from traditional dances to Chigunda dances. Not night dances though, no. But this weekend we were at the Contemporary Dance Festival in Kampala, and there were dances from all over the world. Dances from America, Japan, Rwanda, even right here in Uganda. Amazing festival. Take a look.
And you a man with jingles in your dance for you.
The Dance Transmissions Festival has been amazing. There's been so much variety and so much growth, especially from the local dancers, and it's been great to have companies from other countries. There was Congo, Tanzania, Kenya, even South Africa and the US. So it's nice to kind of put ourselves against the international grid and see where we stand.
This particular piece is memoirs from our childhood, our primary school days. And so we remembered that we had classes in between. There was the A class, the B class, the C class, and we tried to identify with each of them. And so we found that we could just relate with each of the groups because we knew about the people that were in the A class that were like hot and everyone liked them and stuff. And so then comes the nerd, you know, and in every class I guess there's a nerd.
I love the witchcraft thing. It was so real. Of these are things we hear about. The witch. Yeah, it was witchcraft. The night dancers. Because this is something we see. This is something every other day you hear when you're in the village. Yeah, actually those guys night dance. And when the body is dead, they can make it move. So it was so real.
The reason why we came up with this concept was to try and develop audience for contemporary dance, promote professional choreography, and help the upcoming dancers and choreographers to learn how to reinterpret, assess other people's choreographic generations and creations.
We're three women working in like a dance theatre kind of form, and we're exploring how it is to be a woman in a man's world. So we took the theme of boxing, which isn't a sport that women really do so often. And yeah, we looked at the struggle, sort of the boxing ring as a metaphor for a battlefield. Yeah.
The whole dance piece is like a thirst of the best, a quest to reconquer that candlelight that is burning in every human being. We all want to get to a better place. We all want peace, to live happily in harmony. And that is, for me, a message I want to give to Rwanda, to Ugandans, to Kenyans, to Zimbabwe, Somali, everywhere that there is conflict. This dance piece is for you. This dance piece for peace. And that's the main message for me.
would be thinking to sell an ox. Because I can see the future. And it's a place about 70.
Interesting when you learn new things, isn't it? Interesting dances. But speaking of new things, my dad tells me that in Uganda, when cell phones were new, there was only one mobile operator, Celtel. So everyone went on to call their mobile phones Celtel. Anyway, Celtel became Zain, and Zain has now become Airtel. Airtel is officially in Kampala. I attended a launch at the Kampala Serena last weekend, and it was just amazing. Breathtaking decor and a beautiful performance by 3 of the 1-8 artists, Amani, JK, and our very own Navio. Take a look. Well, new things are very amazing to learn. There's a new mobile operator in town, and there's a new show on air, although we're not so new, some people will say. Anyway, take a break and we'll be right back after the commercial break. You're watching Log In.
Ladies and gentlemen,
You're still watching Log In. Now throughout the show, I've been going on and on about new things. But it's because I like new things. New things are nice. And when I learn something new, I get to brag. This weekend, I definitely learned something new at Makerere University. The Music, Dance and Drama Department had 200-year anniversary paying tribute to Chopin. Now Chopin is Frédéric François Chopin, Polish composer and one of the great masters of romantic music. Some of Uganda's most distinguished pianists paid tribute. Take a look.
The event is meant to stimulate talent in those aspiring musicians, as well as enliven the memories of Chopin, who had a profound effect in the field of classical music, especially in romantic music. And this type of music will even go further down the millennia to come. As opposed to music which is full of words. The words will soon fade away, cultures may change, languages may fade away, but this one stays forever.
was a beautiful performance from some of Uganda's most distinguished pianists. Now, piano concert is always live and intimate and nice. Sometimes you need more instruments. You need a drum here, a bass here, you know, something to liven up the mood. Feel like you're at a live concert, but not too far away from the artist. Now at Unplugged, you can actually reach out and touch the musician. This month was Omulangira Suna's turn, OS, and he was accompanied by a Chameleon and a number of others. Unplugged this month was off the hook. Take a look.
Send dedication to the Veneto. Nebona bansirise Ndimira wansobi wangu Musako ya chiche Agambe chachawa Nasude mchinya Niri mulonko luwangu Sikizamwe kute Pamatawa matawa Yakeze na bagaga Ladies are for ready Abafuga zibenzi Zinansu Steady Jagalo kumanya chichi chenako Tuimbe mufena Jagalo kumanya mazima chenakola chetonde Jagalo kumanya chichi chenakola chingambe Jagalo kumanya mazima
Suna's performance has been good. Yeah, the turn up has been good. The live too, they did it quite good. The live band.
Jade kyakabinya mwana naffe tubaddewo naye ne baza Katonda mwana okunzija mu bulwadde ndi wakabinya kya besi nalo knowledge.
It was large, people were happy, had a blast. It was wonderful. Suna is very, very, very talented.
Nafuka mulalu bewandalula kwendowooza
Everything was so amazing tonight. The show was so marvelous. I really thank my fans. The turn-up was so good. It was unbelievable. I thank my fellow artists. It was so good for them to come and really help me out.
Era kwentunula ku kalenda nenfumitiriza olunaku lwonoga eyansensera nze yewe baby omulungi kwendowooza eyo gy'oli gwe eyo gy'oli gwe njagala okimanye nti ndi ku mutima.
It's been a fair performance. Nice.
Yo, this is the baby love in the morning DJ, the baby rock.
The only baby in love.
Yes, man. Log in, NTV.
Along when I come in, all the best be just a bomb in all the best Batman or else I'm not a gambler. You're logged to log in. Keep logging. You're logged. NTV OS.
Unplugged was very exciting. Now stay tuned to log in because we'll be right back with the buzz, a variety of KSA after the break. If you thought President Museveni's hit single You Want Another Rap was the last music you hear from him, think not. Mr. Museveni now plans to take time off his busy schedule to record and release an entire album of songs. Now we all know the president speaks a number of languages. Wonder if he'll be able to rap in these languages too. According to the new issue of Star magazine, Britney Spears was beaten by her boyfriend Jason Trowett during an alleged phone conversation with ex-husband Jason Alexander, who, by the way, she was married to for 55 hours back in 2004. Britney revealed that Trowett beat on her recently, but representatives for the toxic singer and her agent-turned-lover were quick to deny the story. Britney also reported that not only did Trowett give her a black eye, but he also cheated on her with a teenager not identified. Despite all the denials, RadarOnline.com acquired an audio recording of the conversation between Britney and her ex, which this tape appears to be the smoking gun in this case. It's killing me. Which music superstars will be vying for trophies at the 53rd Annual Grammy Awards, and who scored the most nods? The Recording Academy announced the nominees during the star-studded Grammy Nominations Concert Live Wednesday night on CBS. Eminem led the pack with 10 nominations, Bruno Mars scored 7, and Jay-Z, Lady Gaga, and Lady Antebellum each earned 6. The nominees for Best New Artist nominees are Justin Bieber, Drake, Florence and the Machine, Mumford & Sons, and Esmeralda Spalding. Record of the Year nominees include Nothing on You, B.O.B. featuring Bruno Mars, Love the Way You Lie, Eminem featuring Rihanna, F.U., CeeLo Green, Empire State of Mind, Jay-Z and Alicia Keys, and Need You Now, Lady Antebellum. Discs nominated for Album of the Year are The Suburbs, Arcade Fire, Recovery, Eminem, Need You Now, Lady Antebellum, and The Fame Monster, Lady Gaga, Teenage Dream, Katy Perry. The list is long, but catch the 53rd Annual Grammy Awards on Sunday, February 13, 2011, 8 p.m. on CBS.
And when you smile, the whole world stops and stares for a while. Yeah, I know you wanna dance. Can't figure out why y'all said it's over. The club's acting about to blow over.
Tyra Banks revealed the winner of America's Next Top Model, Cycle 15, on Wednesday night. Although Chelsea impressed the judges with her commercial good looks, they found Anne's look to be more editorial and ultimately gave the title to 6'2" Dallas student Anne. A tearful Anne says she felt honored by the win and couldn't even believe it, cherishing her own win after suffering comments about being too tall, just being too normal. Chelsea, for her part, had no great love for the victor, saying bitterly, "I feel cheated. I feel the whole package and I don't think Anne does." And that's all we had for you this week from Login. We'll be back same place, same time next week. It's just been so great doing events and after events, and I'm hoping to get even better. So if you have any views or anything to say, log in at ntv.co.ug. That's our email address. I'm your host, Susan Nava, and I'm logging out.
This is NTV.
Today on Showcase Uganda, we visit Entebbe, the gateway into the Pearl of Africa. Entebbe International Airport lies astride the equator at latitude 0.02 north and longitude 320 east, for which reason it has been often described as the airport on the equator. Elevated at 3,782 feet above sea level, the airport is part of a peninsula bordering Africa's biggest freshwater lake, Victoria. The lakeside town derives its name from a legend about Mugula, the head of the local Mamba, literally meaning the lungfish clan within the Baganda community. History has it here that one day Mugula, seated on a chair carved out of rock, was submerged by the waters of Lake Victoria, and the legend lived on when the colonial town was named Entebbe, meaning a chair. At weekends, many residents of Kampala escape from the hustle and bustle of the city to relax at Entebbe's numerous beach resorts and gardens. Just as you enter Entebbe town is the Mayor's Garden. This beautiful small garden is greatly cherished by the locals as well as passers-by, who find it both relaxing and cooling and a momentary pleasure to take a breather. When Showcase Uganda returns. One and a half kilometers away from Entebbe town is the Uganda Wildlife Education Centre, formerly known as Entebbe Zoo. Started in 1952, the colonial government then initiated an animal orphanage sanctuary for young abandoned animals found in protected areas. But UWEC is not just about the animals, it's about people too. Take your time and stroll through UWEC's 1,000-meter forest walk, encountering wild monkeys, birds and a lovely view of Lake Victoria, which also hosts a wonderful beach.
It's inside, but it's flying the other side. In the bush. Some of the birds are very useful to these animals. Like they remove the ticks when there's a lot of ticks load.
And on a Sunday evening, UWEC offers visitors to the zoo plenty of local entertainment. If you're on a holiday for a day or two, UWEC is an exciting destination that offers visitors modern facilities. Although smaller in size compared to Kampala, Entebbe's charm leaves a long-lasting effect on all its visitors. Barely 3 kilometers from Entebbe town is Keseni landing site. This small suburb is renowned for its fishing activities. Whilst visiting this quaint island, its customary hospitality complements its culinary speciality, offered at customer-friendly prices. A typical lakeside town, Keseni would suit lovers of the waters. Nachiwogo landing site. This site is a beehive of activities. Kalangala ship is the only means of transport that connects Nachiwogo and Kalangala Island. Heavy and small loads of all kinds of merchandise are transported by ship. Besides, the ship offers a scenic tour of Africa's largest freshwater lake. When Showcase Uganda returns, we discover Entebe's hotels and hangouts. The scenic shores of Lake Victoria also accommodate Entebbe Golf Club. Its conducive climate and cooling lake breeze makes the golf club location a perfect place for the game.
This club is also renowned for its well-maintained grounds, professional caddies, and accommodating membership. And for those visitors who neither golf nor indulge in other energetic sports, the club is a great place for a picnic to unwind after a busy week. So what better way to watch the sunset over the lake? Gateway to Uganda and an escape place from the hustle and bustle of Uganda's capital, Kampala, Entebbe town has responded positively to the ever-growing numbers of its foreign and domestic visitors. Entebbe too offers a variety of eating out and culinary delights that cater to all of its visitors. The great accommodation facilities are a testament to this fact. Entebbe International Airport lies astride the equator at latitude 0.02 north and longitude 320 east. For which reason, it has been often described as the airport on the equator. Elevated at 3,782 feet above sea level, the airport is part of a peninsula bordering Africa's biggest freshwater lake, Victoria.
The lakeside town derives its name from a legend about Mugula, the head of the local Mamba, literally meaning the lungfish clan within the Baganda community. History has it here that one day Mugula, seated on a chair carved out of rock, was submerged by the waters of Lake Victoria, and the legend lived on when the colonial town was named Entebbe, meaning a chair. At weekends, many residents of Kampala escape from the hustle and bustle of the city to relax at Entebbe's numerous beach resorts and gardens. Just as you enter Entebbe town is the Mayor's Garden. This beautiful by the locals as well as passers-by who find it both relaxing and cooling and a momentary pleasure to take a breather. When Showcase Uganda returns.
Away from Entebbe town is the Uganda Wildlife Education Centre, formerly known as Entebbe Zoo. Started in 1952, the Colonial government-run initiated an animal orphanage sanctuary for young abandoned animals found in protected areas. But UAC is not just about the animals, it's about people too. take the time and stroll through the wet 1,000-meter forest route, encountering wild monkeys, birds, and a lovely view of Lake Victoria, which also hosts a wonderful beach.
Going to see buffalo.
It's inside, but it's flying the other side. Is that grass amazing? The bush. Some of the birds are very useful to these animals. Like they remove the ticks when there's a lot of ticks load.
And on a Sunday evening, UWEC offers visitors to the zoo plenty of local entertainment. If you're on a holiday for a day or two, UWEC is an exciting destination that offers visitors modern facilities. Although smaller in size compared to Kampala, Entebe's charm leaves a long-lasting effect on all its visitors. Barely 3 kilometers from Entebbe town is Kesenyi landing site. This small suburb is renowned for its fishing activities. Whilst visiting this quaint island, its customary hospitality complements its culinary speciality, offered at customer-friendly prices. A typical lakeside town, Kesenyi would suit lovers of the waters. Nachiwogo landing site. This site is a beehive of activities. Kalangala ship is the only means of transport that connects Nachiwogo and Kalangala Island. Heavy and small loads of all kinds of merchandise are transported by ship. Besides, the ship offers a scenic tour of Africa's largest freshwater lake. When Showcase Uganda returns, we discover Entebe's hotels and hangouts. The scenic shores of Lake Victoria also accommodate Entebbe Golf Club. Its conducive climate and cooling lake breeze makes the golf club location a perfect place for the game. This club is also renowned for its well-maintained greens, professional caddies and accommodating membership. And for those visitors who neither golf nor indulge in other energetic sports, the club is a great place for a picnic to unwind after a busy week. So what better way to watch the sunset over the lake? The beautiful landscape beach also lies on the shores of Africa's greatest lake. Lido Beach is well known as a gathering place for motorbikers. In fact, the beach is considered as the Uganda Bikers Association meeting place. Entebe's Sunday evenings with the motorbikers are a popular attraction for both the locals and visitors. They offer a superb introduction to Uganda, since the beach is conveniently close to the international airport. As the gateway to Uganda and an escape place from the hustle and bustle of Uganda's capital, Kampala, Entebbe town has responded positively to the ever-growing numbers of its foreign and domestic visitors. Entebbe too offers a variety of eating outs and camping delights that cater to all of its visitors. The good accommodation facilities are a testament to this fact. There are a number of landmark hotels within and around Entebbe offering modern facilities. Imperial Botanical Beach Hotel. Overlooking the magnificent Lake Victoria and surrounded by brilliant blue skies, shimmering white sand, and the sparkling emerald green waters of Lake Victoria.
people loved you unconditionally. Toast in the New South. This one is for history. Then I slipped, fell, and caused the numbers injury. Called the same people, and it's yo, you just missed the beat. This the formula. Damn it, Bubba, you had it. Why'd you have to keep it polo and New Balance? Then they start to question whether you a true talent or just a redneck substance abuse addict. So
next week on Showcase Uganda, Ginger, a city of hidden gems.
I want all y'all to know, good or bad, I'll remember it at 10 million sold in the name of my deliverance. I've been traveling for some time, with my vision fall and my bottle shine, on these long dark dusty roads, I'm looking there, nowhere to go. I guess I gotta hide away, far away, 'cause I gotta
This is NTV.